no way. It's way too much damage. Stop him with the block! He found Churchill!
Oh, and he
Oh,
found
wow.
Wow.
Oh, what? He gets out!
Somewhere there's a covert muffin just applauding this seed.
Holy crap.
Oh man, this is gonna come down to execution in the final escape, isn't it?
Sure is.
Every scene
Our
does.
favorite phrase.
Hello and welcome. My screen name is Covert Muffin, and here we are going to be featuring a match of Xemsys versus Guard in a best of 3 for the semifinals of this here Ori and the Blind Forest randomizer tournament. This, of course, is a 2-bracket tournament, so here we're going to be featuring the upper bracket, where the winner is going to move on to face Cleanfell in the upper bracket finals in another best of 3. But here on SpeedGaming, we're going to be featuring all 3 games in a row. And of course, here commentating with me today is none other than Mad Insane herself. How are you doing, Maddie?
I'm doing good. We've got two of the by far top tier runners in this tournament. They wouldn't have gotten this far if they weren't as good as they are at the randomizer.
Oh, yeah.
And we've had both of our runners. I've spoken to them before the race. They've told us of how much of trouble they've been having in their practice seeds, but at least they're both having equal troubles. They've been
Yeah.
the randomizer has been throwing them around a little bit. They've apparently been having consistent. Zem has had 6 dungeon keys in Horu or a mapstone in the practice, and so it's all an interesting time going on here. But I'm sure they're hoping for something a little bit more fast, a little bit more streamlined. Zem says that, and I quote, Zem is hoping for Noom as much fast seed as possible. As many powerful skills, the dash, the stomp cancels, the bash, everything you can get for Zem. And Guard says that Guard wants wall jump, double jump, and grenade. I'm not entirely sure why that specific combination, but that is the combination that Guard is a big fan of, apparently. And I quote that Guard says that Guard has prepared 6 species of spaghetti, enough for the entire community. So I'm sure these runners have got an absolute spectacle prepared for us today.
Yeah, and here we see some stats on the screen. We see that both runners are actually pretty skilled speedrunners, having done categories within the base speedrun of the game itself. Both are going to be utilizing keyboard and mouse, which is great, especially if we get a bash grenade seed going pretty early on. And Xemsys also very notably is in the development of the randomizer itself, both this and the Will of the Wisp rando, so that's pretty wild. But Guard definitely has also played multiple other Metroidvanias in the past to a good degree. And Guard, I love this note from Guard. Once did a manual double bash chain to open lower BRB floor with a spider shot as far. And that's pretty impressive, right? Like doing those manual double bashes, Mad, like it is just absolutely insane to see that, because that is a 1-frame trick. But in the randomizer itself, we do have a nice little utilization of modification to the system to be able to make double bashes just guaranteed each time. So we don't have to hit that frame perfect timing window in order to succinctly chain them together.
Yeah, it does. In fact, there's still a lot of difficulty involved in doing the double bash chains. You've got to make sure your angles are right. You've got to be doing it as fast as possible, because otherwise you're bleeding time every time you're wasting any more than 20 frames every time you do a bash. And so you've got to be careful, space them out as much as possible. And of course, our runners are very experienced with this. They both have done far too many double bash chains for any normal human amount of time to spend throwing projectiles around. But here we are.
I think that's like the core essence of like randomizer speedrunning in general, as we see our runners about to get underway. Xemsys is going to be on the left, Guard on the right, with their respective skill and tree trackers down below. And here we go, we're off. And so the time and true question, Matt. What do you hope are within the first 4 pickups as our first bit of progression?
Well, with the wonderful seed name that we have here of Vine Charitable Gumo, I feel like this has got to be a kind seed. I mean, it's got Charitable Gumo in the seed title, so this is clearly going to be Gumo's going to give us the water vein super early, and then it's going to be everything is in the Ginso tree. We're going to see a Ginso escape this seed. That's what I want to see.
Oh yeah, I would love to see a Ginso escape. It's so rare that we actually have to see one of those come across the board. But I mean, it can come up. It can come up, and it can be a really nice way of getting to that stomp tree, especially if we're starved on skills. But here we go, just a basic 2 keystone start. This is really classic. This brings 4 more pickups into logic. Going to wall jump tree first is what you do in the vanilla playthrough, as well as oftentimes what you actually end up doing in the randomizer itself.
Of course, they're hoping to find something else. There's still a few more things to be checking here that could be other skills. It's not required that the progression will be behind the keystone door, especially with the changes to the logic since the olden times of the randomizer. Where now you can have the progression is much more spaced out instead of being you find 2 keystones and then your progression is pretty much always going to be behind the keystone door.
Right.
Let's see what we've got here. Ability cell, nothing too interesting so far. They're going to go for the fake flippers here. Quickly grab the XP. Nothing useful. They're not going to keep it. They're going to continue on and see what we can get from this health cell. Both very much keeping up with each other at the moment. Not too surprising. There's barely any difference between them. And of course, that is just because this first section of the run is very calm and peaceful. There's not too much going on. There's not too much thinking to be done. But I'm sure we will get very soon to the point in which the brains are going to have to go into overdrive to make it through.
Right, exactly. Very nice platforming from both of our runners so far. And another 2 keystones. This could lead to some interesting sort of developments within the rando itself. And it opens up an area that is a subset of glades known as Spirit Caverns, which has really nice density early on. However, if our runners end up finding something like wall interaction here, they'll probably want to end up putting that off because of the potential of finding keystones in Blackroot Burrows. But no, indeed, the first skill that our runners are going to come across is Glide. And that could be very nice for the late game in particular, but for the early game, especially if we find something like Swamp Teleporter, can lead to some really bizarre pathways that our runners will have to scratch their brains at and really try and remember exactly what they can and cannot do within the scope of the lens that the randomizer has in the name of logic.
This is what I like to see. The glide, wind restored start, the infamous. Oh, this is one of those starts that you see. New runners will pick up the randomizer. They'll start off with standard and they'll think, what could this randomizer possibly come up with? And there's Gross OTP. Oh, we've got some strange combinations to go through here. This is going to be exciting.
I love this here, Matt, because like it could be just absolutely wild. I mean, they have to go down into Grotto in order to be able to utilize that. And indeed, we see our runners actually opting to teleport out towards Grotto. In this case, our runners could actually end up getting to the left side of Grotto. So if we get like blue breakage or something like that, right? Like the bridge opening up, Matt, is not in logic because the randomizer just takes the worst possible case scenario, as we see Xem doing a very nice job just falling immediately into the wind tunnel, uses that save anywhere with the bridge popping them up, and Guard is also following suit with that. But because the wind is restored, this entire main area just has a nice upward current. But meanwhile, some additional checks, we see that both Xem and Guard just finding a keystone on Water Vein, as well as checking the pickup to the right, which was just an ability cell, excuse me. And both of our runners are now going to dip down into Grotto proper.
Yeah, and because of the wind and glide in this area, it does mean that a huge amount of things in this area are actually in logic, because the ruling is provided you can get to these like hanging XP orbs from the ground, they are in logic. And there's our grenade, there's our progression, and now we can get a bunch of plants, which are, this area is littered with plants everywhere. Be able to break them with our grenade. This is getting very close to God's wall jump, double jump grenade. Once, oh, there's climb. Oh, that's a very 2 out of 3 is with the infamous
double
grenade jump combination. Oh, everything is in Grotto. Here, they're just getting just gifted with all of these things that they could ever want here. Besides fast things, they haven't got really anything fast, but they do have lots of luxury. This is first class experience in the Ori randomizer right here.
Yeah, to tell you the truth, Matt, like this is terrifying to get in a race seed, because having Grotto TP opens up the right side of the map, having Climb and Glide opens up like Upper Swap Loop and Grove proper, with double jump especially, and with Grenade, right, we have that blue breakage. But don't forget, right, we left all of these pickups back in Glades, right? The upper Glades loop was left unchecked. Charge Flame Tree is right there, right? So there's so many things that are all around the map that our runners are expected to have access to. The next thing that they could find to progress our runners could be very, very far away. But Xemsys, nicely done. Getting the block fall down is now going to have to go. Yeah, has to go for this grenade redirect.
He can go the normal
yeah,
route.
no.
He is going. Yeah, he's gonna change his mind. He's not gonna waste time on that horrific trick. You can, in fact, redirect projectiles with grenade, but whether or not you should is a different question, and the answer is no. So both of them are, in fact, doing the calm, casual route of placing this redirect block to get whatever these two things are, and it's clean water. Oh, this is so much. This is such an exciting seed. We barely ever see seeds like this. So and we do see a route divergence from the two runners now. And we see Zem continuing through Grotto, probably going to head towards the double jump tree, and we see Guard is going for some of these clean water pickups that have just come into logic, getting these lovely little energy cells here. Let's see what it is. Health cell. It's still quite a nice thing to get. Zem gets the swamp TP. That's a pretty nice thing to get. And the water vein. Wow. Oh, maybe it is a Ginso Tracy. This is it's looking quite nice for Ginso logic at the moment.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. That's not the easiest pickup to be able to get access to that Zem did in order to find water veins. So it'll be interesting to see if Guard on their revisit to Grotto does go back down for those pickups. Guard, meanwhile, on the right is going to be the first to be able to get access to the Charge Flame Tree. Neither of our runners, also notably, right, like 8 minutes into the seed, neither of them have been into Blackroot Burrows. But overall, I like this route a little bit more from Xemsys, because it takes 20 seconds to be able to make it back down to that Glades teleporter from an Altar teleporting you back to the start. So in order to backtrack to Grotto, right, it takes like 30, 40 seconds to be able to just get back to this area that Xemsys is currently in. But Zem just having that sort of clear-cut mind of saying, hey, there's actually a skill location down here, and we must activate every single skill location before we're allowed to finish the seed, is going to be able to make that steady progress to be able to clear out the objective as well as clear out the rest of the Grotto clears, and then follow suit with Guard in order to come back over to sort of the starting area of the map in Glades.
Yeah, and Guard still clearing through the Glades area. Zem going through the. We're kind of hoping to see, I think, what the clues are at this point, because that's kind of a huge thing. Although we do have the water vein, Guard doesn't have the water vein, and we'll probably be trying to rush over to some trees fairly soon to find out where the keys are. But Zem might be thinking, how can I go just straight into the Ginso tree after this? Because the Ginso tree is just full of all sorts of things. Provided you have the keystones, and Zem now does have that fourth keystone to be able to make it through without the risk of having to key dupe in there. And
yeah,
it's Guard.
Where
is Guard going? Oh, did he not? He didn't get the energy cell, of course.
Correct.
Of course.
Yeah. I think this is also interesting, like Zem, especially for the state of this race. This could actually be massive for Zem, right? Like if we don't get that water vein as the first clue, Guard could just be sort of unaware that that water vein comes in pretty early. I believe with double jump, climb, and glide, it might be in logic, but that seems like maybe an expert path to me because the first sort of double jump climb trick is actually incredibly precise and very difficult. So it'll be interesting to see, right? If we find some other form of verticality with charge jump, or if we find wall jump as the form of wall interaction, this is going to put Ginso into logic very early. But if we don't get that clue on tree number 3 for that water vein, Guard is going to be sort of scratching their head as to potentially where to go. Because backtracking to the left side of Grotto when you've lowered that density by going down to the vault that early means that it's a less tantalizing place to dig. Meanwhile, we have like Grove, right? We have Grove proper, we have Upper Swamp Loop, we have so many other places that are just going to be packed with pickups for Guard to be able to check, right? Guard on the right for their trouble is coming through Spirit Caverns, which is very, very nice. Maybe, oh, did Guard miss double jump? It looks like Guard doesn't have double jump.
So that's going to mean that Guard really, really wants to go over to the left grotto. But of course, might not know that, of course, everything is hiding there. And that could be a big problem, because double jump, especially with this skill set where you only have climb, you don't even have wall jump. The double jump for Zem is giving him basically a scuffed version of wall jump here. Oh, it kills the Frankie with the level up. Oh, that's an unfortunate thing. Breaking that, being able to break that floor to get that extra pickup is nice, but unfortunately, with the Frankie dead, he's gonna have to wait for it to respawn or have to come back later, and he's probably gonna end up missing that pickup for a long time.
Yeah, it's really interesting here from Guard to just go out of their way for not only these like really far off pickups from the next skill location that they could get access to, but also just like very difficult pickups to be able to check in a lot of cases. And so Xemsys really sort of capitalizing on this lead and is going to sort of explode in terms of having a really nice tree vantage or a tree advantage as they are going to be progressing into the mid game. And so on the left, Xemsys is currently in Blackroot Burrows. And is going to be pulling the lever in order to be able to lift the darkness and get access to the tree. And so it's interesting here that also Guard is actually teleporting back over to Grotto. We're going to see exactly where they decide to go from here. Maybe they're going to be dipping back down in order to be able to get access to that double jump tree. And indeed, they are going to continue their search through Grotto and also part of Grove, coming over here into this Death Gauntlet area.
Yeah, and we do see, not only do we see a large advantage on trees for Zem, especially just picking up this dash tree right here, but Zem also has so many more resources than Guard does at the moment. Zem has 4 energy, so it can open the 4 energy doors if any come up nice and easily. And although Guard may appear to have many health cells, it's just picked up a mega health just as I'm trying to describe this. Thanks, Randomizer. It does, in fact, a lot of that is temporary health, so I think Guard might have like 1 more health cell than Zem. He's very close on health, but it's mainly an energy advantage for Zem, which is nice for saves. But Guard hopefully will be heading down into the left of Grotto. Looks like he's heading in that general direction, so this could be promising. He's gonna head to Glide Vault first. Perhaps there's something important in here. I don't believe we saw Zem check this.
Yeah, it's interesting. So Xemsys also on the left, we saw got that first clue off of tree 3, and it was indeed the water vein clue for Grotto. So this is actually potentially really good for Guard, right? Guard knows to dig back into Grotto. They will be enticed to go back to that lower left grotto. And not only because we know water vein is there, but almost more importantly, we know that double jump is there, right? Looking at Guard on the right, this is incredibly difficult with just climb and glide, especially with these grotto walls and having to take down the slimes while dodging the spikes. And Guard is very nice being aware.
That's
yeah.
Good. That's very good.
And he finds dash for it. What is the seed, man? Everything's in grotto.
I am not sure Zem will get that. That is a bit of that would be a very strange position for Zem to go and check. But God is gonna skip the left grotto.
No,
oh no! It finds one thing and misses the other. This is Oh, unfortunate. Guard is gonna go for the mini boss. Before the race, our runners did make a pact with each other that they would make sure that no matter what happens, rain or dry, they will be going for this mini boss under any situation on the way to the double jump tree. So they've got to make sure they keep up with their end of the deal here. Both of them have now done it. So there'll be no trickery going on.
I love it. Yeah, it's like the community, right, goes through this like sweeping meta change of like always check Grotto mini boss and never check it. So having them just sort of guaranteed to always check it means that neither of our runners will get randoed in that situation where something important could be down there and it's a pretty quick check, but it's a mini boss and people don't like killing the creatures because of course we're trying to save Nibel the forest. But meanwhile, a little bit of run development. On the left, Xemsys is going to be taking the first entry into our first dungeon, which is indeed Ginso Tree.
Oh, I love this play from Zem. The Ginso tree it's one of those areas. It's always got something in it. There's always some skill sat there somewhere in this tree, and it's usually some important game changer of a skill. And
Yeah.
Zem knows this. Zem's looked at the stats. Zem knows and is ready to hunt it down, whatever it may be. And it also has a tree in it, so it's somewhere you have to go anyway. It's just a great area to go and check, especially when you actually have the keystones to go through the area, which Zem does in fact do.
Yeah, I actually kind of love this as well, because, I mean, Guard could do this, right? He could actually do Ginso Tree without double jump, right? I mean, if he goes over for Water Vein, he is going to end up finding double jump. Like, it's kind of hard to miss unless you just completely blank on sort of what pickups to check. But really nice utilization of dash from Guard on the right side by using that dash. Yeah, there it is. There it is, Matt. The Water Vein and Grotto, and Guard is acknowledging that, circling their mouse cursor around that. So we're going to see Guard potentially just go back and start rushing through Grotto. And this is really good news for them. I mean, they have dash, and Zem does not have dash. So even though Zem with an early tree advantage, this could actually be massive for Guard and exactly what they need to be able to get back into this race.
Yeah, even double jump is a nice skill to have, but it will pretty much never save anywhere near as much time as just being able to move so much faster with dash, and also having the horizontal movement that you get from dash. And Guard is unfortunately going to be heading through the upwards direction. Oh no, he's changed his mind. He's going to head down now. That maybe isn't going to get too scammed by Grotto here, and is going to end up finding the Water Vein. It's hopefully going to go down. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see exactly where Guard goes, but
come on, Guard. No!
No, he's going up!
Oh, no.
Oh.
Try to get... Oh, God's
maybe just getting a
go
refill. Okay, but meanwhile, on the left, we get some development from Ginso Tree. We ended up tracking down that stomp pickup. So we, as casters, know that this indeed puts Light Grenade Tree into logic because we found dash in an approachable circumstance. But Xemsys, meanwhile, on the left is actually going to be coming back to be able to get access to that Charge Flame tree, as well as maybe finish out their checks. But Guard is not going to be heading back down into the lower grotto, so going to be sort of avoiding their double jump and the Water Vein pickup as we know it, and instead is going to be going for density. I think this is completely reasonable from Guard, right? Lower left grotto has what, like 4 pickups, and like 2 of them are accessible and logic to them right now. So this is very, very much a calculated percentage play from Guard, saying, no, you know, I'm going to instead go for the place that has the most pickups that are right next to each other. So I like this from Guard, but as casters, we know that this might not be the correct decision for the race.
Yeah, it is a bit unfortunate that this circumstance coming up, but Guard might also be thinking, I don't actually have enough to be able to finish the seed anyway, so I'm going to need some more skills to be able to finish up. Hoping for that, maybe that charge jump. Ideally, the bash. The bash would make everything so much easier. So, and even the double jump technically makes it, the double jump and the dash with the other skills would make it completable as a seed, though the escape for that would be absolutely horrific, and I'm not sure whether or not our runners would want to go for it. But we'll see. I think it's going to come down to what the other power skill that they're going to be able to get access to is, because I think that's going to be the important thing, because I highly doubt Zem will be going back for Bash unless the Sunstone is also in Grotto, which with how charitable Gumo and Gumo's hideout has been this seed, it could well be the case that everything is in fact in Grotto.
Yeah, so meanwhile, on the left, Xemsys is going to be trying to make their way to Light Grenade Tree. This is very difficult to get past the pinwheel, and now one more sequence here just has to get up to this wall, not go too high to get clipped by those lasers, and nice double jump over to clear that pinwheel out. They will be the first to be able to make it over to that Light Grenade Tree, so we'll see this check, and this is technically in logic if Xemsys had dash, but without dash, this is definitely sort of a bit of, I want to make sort of an advancement on the sequence of the seed in order to be able to get the objective, right? But on the right, Guard does end up finding wall jump. So this does put early Ginso into sort of that logic, right? Having that clean water to be able to get access to that double jump, wall jump, and double jump to sort of get that that water vein location to be able to get access. But on the left, 3 of 3, the Triforce is complete. That is not going to be avoidable from Guard. They will be finding charge jump as soon as they make it over to that Ginso tree. But with charge jump, this gives Xemsys the ability to be able to do grenade jumps as we see that huge horizontal launch from Xemsys. He is going to be able to do this wherever he ends up finding a nice wall to sort of perch on. And spamming that find with the charge jump, Xemsys is very excited to have this.
Yeah, I was wondering whether or not we were going to get a repeat of previous tournament matches where that pickup was something really important that had got spammed charge jump too much there, but it turns out it was in fact just a map stone, so we're okay. Zem is going to go for Forlorn.
Forlorn.
Oh, I think Zem is going to try and do a key dupe here to try and get all of the keystones up, and I like this decision a lot if this is what Zem is going for.
Yeah,
Fill yourself up with keystones, and then you're just able to just go through left side without any problems whatsoever. You're not gonna have to take any breaks. You have all the skills you need to be able to do it. It's possible. It might be a little bit slow. It's certainly going to be slower than Guard's way to do it with the access to dash, and Guard is definitely going to be able to get that charge jump. Which order Guard gets the charge jump in, whether it's the last tree or whether it's a much earlier tree is a different question, but we'll see. Guard is continuing to clear out areas in Grotto, but still has not gone to the left Grotto area. Perhaps Guard forgot from clearing out the vault down below. Thought, yep, that area that's marked off my map. I've cleared that out, and isn't going to go back there.
I cannot stress enough, like, it has low density. Guard doesn't have the verticality, and so like there's 4 pickups down there, only access to 2 of them, and one of them is kind of a pain to get to anyway. So like in like Guard just like not having done Blackroot Burrows either for their trouble is like absolutely going to be pushing for that objective. But Xemsys on the left definitely has the advantage here, right? And absolutely just in their element. They're skipping pickups, right? Not checking that water pickup there. Not going to do Swamp Swim either by the looks of things. And instead, it's going to be immediately beelining for that Stomp Tree before heading to the left side of the map. I am hard-pressed to think that Xemsys is going to have much trouble, especially in the difficult tricks that we know Xemsys is well versed and practiced in.
Yeah, exactly. Zem's just going to be able to really just go for it. And I like the confidence of going, I have the things that I need. I can finish this seed. I do not need more things. The only things that will really make me faster is dash and bash. And the chances of me finding that in a one-off are very low. So I'm just gonna go for it. I'm gonna see if I can get through everything. Zem is gonna go straight. Looks like he's going for the left side now. Gonna head as many grenade jumps as possible, which is by far Zem's fastest movement. All of these frame perfect trick. Gonna do one a grenade input and then a jump input with a 1 frame tree. It's very, very precise, and Zem is able to do it with incredible consistency, honestly, and not end up firing off into the void. as well, which is also a helpful thing to be able to do.
Yeah, finds health regen, which is actually going to be really useful in this upcoming section. Each of these spikes are going to be dealing a massive amount of damage, and so every single little bit of health that Xemsys can get to sort of extend their stay time in the situation. And on the left, like, this is the really crucial element for Xem. If Xem is able to be able to get access to Valley going through here, and then also be able to take down that glide tree by taking down that kill plane, right, with a grenade jump, is going to be able to sort of open up left side and really open up the remaining trees that they have to activate in order to be able to finish out the seed. But Matt, we still don't have Sunstone either, right? So this seed definitely isn't over yet. Sunstone could be in a really mean location, but the good news for our runners is that we have Grenade, we have Stomp on the map, and so we can get access to every single pickup. But here we go. Xem on the left, looking to take a micro ledge if they are able to get up just barely high enough, climbs into spikes and takes a death. And oh, how many ability cells is Xem going to use this? But no, they are able to get on the ledge with the remaining ability cells, takes that last ability level up to be able to do a trick known as a zombie Ori in order to be able to get out. And no, instead of using a grenade jump in order to be able to clear out that kill plane, they are instead going to be coming over here in order to try and do the damage boosts to be able to get through these spikes. And look at that stomp on the spider's head to be able to refresh that double jump. This is just such nominative of Xem's playstyle to just know all of these sort of exploits, to be able to utilize all of the mechanics that the randomizer has given them to be able to get access to this area. What a brilliant play from Xem.
Yeah, though, this of course, the wind restored is going to be able to help Xem out here because of not being able to. Normally, if you come here and you just had your grenade jumps, you wouldn't be able to get up to these rocks. But of course, having that wind restored means Xem can just glide up, nice and peaceful, and just stomp these rocks, no problem whatsoever. And that will be tree number 8 for Xem. While Guard, meanwhile, is going for the lower Blackroot area, but kills the Frankie. He's gonna have to try again. But this could be huge for Guard, because this is going to be able to get Guard his charge jump, and that is going to be massive. Going to really open up the seed for Guard, and he's then gonna have to go and see if he can use that dash to be able to try and catch up to Xem. But it takes another Frankie death. It's such a precise trick. Got to be able to manage these hops on the Frankie, using dash to go in and out of the different ranges on the Frankie. There's a short hop range. They'll do a tiny little hop that's a little bit slower, but doesn't go very high, so you can use him to get under obstacles. If you get too close, then he'll do a big hop, which is nice and fast. But of course, big hop means big hop into Spike, and Spike does not like Frankie, and so you don't want that to happen. But we're getting very close to the end. Just got one more little hop here. There we go. That's the worst part of that over. Breaks the floor, and now Guard is going to be able to get down here nice and easy. Has dash to be able to get through the laser. Still going to try and check a couple things. Oh, even going to go down into the lower Blackroot area. Oh, this is so unfortunate, not knowing that, of course, there's no way for him to know this, but the actual thing he's looking for is on the tree itself. There's no need to look down here unless of course there's a power skill here like Bash. There you go. There's Bash. Wow, that's okay. Guard is gonna have like basically a full skill set for this for the rest of this randomizer. That is amazing, and he's still checking things. Oh, I am greatly surprised to see him still checking things after finding Bash there. But
Yeah,
the Sunstone.
Yeah, absolutely wild. So on that tree 9, Xemsys was able to get the clue for Sunstone, which was gated in Grove itself. And so that little section that we like to call Death Gauntlet is actually considered part of Grove. It kind of wedges itself between Glades and Grotto there. And so Xemsys, with the Sunstone, with 9 trees down, all that's left between them and approaching the final escape is coming over to Misty, right? And what better way to get into Misty than using a grenade launcher, right? So Xemsys doing the first grenade jump to be able to get over. This one, next one is one of my favorites. If you aim, yes, beautifully with the double jumps to be able to just get past those slimes, in order to be able to get through, right? Misty is actually a very horizontal dungeon in general, so these grenade jumps are going to be incredibly useful for not only building the height as we see here, utilizing that double jump to redirect his momentum, but also building that horizontal speed, right? Xemsys does not have dash, does not have bash to use that in utilization with bash grenade. Instead, using those grenade jumps is going to be faster than base walking speed. And Xemsys, I mean, just nailing these one-frame tricks over and over again is absolutely saving time by using them.
Definitely, and God is now back to zooming along, has the bash, has the dash, has the charge jump, has every power skill he could want. The only thing he's missing is double jump and stomp, really, and well, I don't think they're going to be saving much time at this point. So now it's all about God being able to get through to as many trees as possible, as fast as possible, and he's going to have a real journey ahead of him to try and catch up to how much of a huge tree lead Zem has gotten by just going, I have enough skills, I can go finish the game, and then just going for it and not checking any of these extra things. Whereas we have seen God checking quite a few extra things, but it looks like he's now just mainly focusing on trying to get those trees and not getting extra pickups, which is what I like to see.
Yeah, this is exactly the statement that Zem was hoping to make in his first game, right? This is a best of 3 series with all of the games that are going to be happening sequentially in a row. After game 1, we will take a short 10-minute break to give our runners a little bit of a rest after they finish playing and a little bit of a post-run analysis before moving on to that second game. But Zem, right? Like just powerhousing this first seed. And this is why Zem is such a scary opponent, right? Zem doesn't have bash, they don't have dash, they don't even have wall jump, right? But instead, all they have is like this climb, charge, jump grenade with this 1 frame precise trick. And if they don't hit this timing window, they can't utilize this tech to be able to move fast. But just absolutely blitzing and showing their stuff, their nominative nature with their strat finding and capability of being able to bust into the late game areas with really difficult tricks in order to get access to them. But giving that advantage, right, to be able to go to the trees and just be able to stay focused not only in the early and mid game, but also in the late game to just push the objective, right? Just takes this massive lead over their opponent who dug more in order to be able to find some more safety and skills.
Yeah, and Zem is still nailing these grenade jumps. Isn't letting up to the end here. He's gonna get this last grenade jump into the horror door, and it's the question of door warp or violence. I think I know which one Zem is going to be going for. Zem has been going for speed all day so far, and I'm sure this will be no exception. I'm going to see how many attempts this door warp is going to take. Will it be first try? Perhaps. It is the first try.
Wow.
Why would we expect anything less with how many frame perfect tricks Zem has been nailing so far? And here we go. What's on warmth? Anything exciting? Let's see.
And come on, be charge flame one time. It's like one of my favorite troll warmth pickups is just to find charge flame on the escape. And
What?
it's a health cell. All right,
That's kind of a kind thing to give. It's very generous, very charitable Gumo today. We're continuing on through the escape. Here we go. See if we can make it all the way to the end. You're just gonna have to. Of course, it doesn't have the bash or the dash that Guard has access to. Zem isn't even interested in trying the grenade jump through there. He's just gonna nice and calm make it through. I'm gonna go for the slow double jumps. Not gonna grenade jump through again. Is decided. I've had enough grenade jumps for today. There's maybe only one more. So just gonna make it through a nice swim in the water while Guard performs some violence on some birds. And we will just be heading up. Skips the Kuro trigger nicely with the glide. And now all that's left is this last grenade jump here. And Zem gets it, and that looks good to me. Hopefully Ori is walking, but that should be good enough. That is, yes, Ori is running along. That is GG for Zem.
Yeah, that's going to do it. Zem's going to go up with a win here in this first game in a best of 3 series. And this set is not over yet, even though Xemsys has won this game. We are going to be playing both seeds, actually, And so if Zem actually wins the next seed as well, they will have won the set. But both of our runners have opted to end up playing out the third seed, even if there is a winner decided within the first 2 games. And as Zem is now going to be taking Naru, he's going to be nice, slowly sauntering over to the finish line. He's going to finish with an official time of 34:38.76, taking game 1 in this best of 3. GG, Zem.
34 minutes for basically just a grenade jump with a couple luxury skills seed. That is that's a pretty horrifying time to go up against, isn't it? for anyone looking at that, anyone future opponents, or God, if God's seeing that in the race time, is probably thinking, oh dear, that's a scary time. But God is still doing pretty well for himself here. He's now just gonna finish up. I believe he's only got 2 trees left, and then has to find the 2 keys, which there's barely any locations in which they can both be in. So there's it's not too bad for God. Has already cleared out a lot of the locations that we know the keys can be. And so it's just going for this grenade jump. He's having a little bit of trouble with it, but there we go. Gets it. Oh, that's such a wonderful grenade jump. So far with that.
I love to see it. And so, really interesting thing from Guard actually here is that Guard hasn't been to Ginso Tree, right? So Misty is actually going to be that tree 9 to give them the hint as to where Sunstone is. And so with this, Guard actually is going to be checking pickups in Misty, right? Because they don't necessarily know that Sunstone isn't in here, right? Like us as the audience and the casters know that it's in the vault within Death Gauntlet, but Guard is not privy to this information because they're not allowed to watch their opponent. So Guard is now going to be heading through Misty with some additional checks. The energy cell is pretty nice, especially with the dash, to be able to just burn all of that energy. Having a little bit of trouble nailing that grenade jump timing, gets it second try, nicely done, in order to build a bunch of height. But yeah, it's just going to continue checking pickups in Misty, finds a 4 EXP, and is now going to be making it to that first keystone, which is very nicely a vanilla keystone.
Yeah, and so that's pretty much all that's left, is going through here and then finding the keys. Just got able to do some, because of that dash, because of that bash, able to do these lovely charge dash cancels all over the place. Unfortunately didn't get that stomp to be able to do the stomp cancels as well, but it has plenty of energy, so that's not really that much of a concern. Still able to go very, very fast through here. Picking up all these last pickups. Just got very soon to get the tree. Has the ultra defense now. Lots of resources. So much going for him for the rest of this seed. Probably will not be having that much more trouble with the rest of this seed going forward, especially with how wonderful this skill set is, especially if he does end up picking up that double jump on the way to Water Vein as well. Gets a Spirit Light efficiency, just in case he hasn't had enough XP and levels already.
Yeah, so here we go. We're going to be seeing Guard move over to the right. Well, we're not going to be seeing it because there's a little bit of a camera going on, but dropping that save is going to snap the camera back, and he is going to be searching for that Sunstone and immediately finds it. Very nice find from Guard, and I really want to just give credit where credit is due. Guard made Misty look a lot easier than it actually is, right, with that skill set, using various damage boosts in order to be able to check pickups in a very fast rate, is now opening the map to see exactly what they have not done in Grotto so far. And so is going to see those pickups up top and is going to be heading back up for those first. But of course, we as the audience know that Water Vein indeed was in the bottom of the map, as well as actually that double jump pickup. So we'll see if Guard actually is able to track down both of those things, but we know for certain that Guard is going to be able to track down that Water Vein.
Yeah, I think these pretty much, other than these two, it's just the pickups that we know to be the important ones. The Sorrow TP there,
Man.
that would have been useful to have earlier, and I'm sure the same will be said of Guard when he finds the double jump down here. He did almost get the seed that he wants with the wall jump, double jump grenade. Instead got climb. Could have had double jump and grenade. Oh, and he's gonna go all the way over to the far left pickup as well. Still not a bad choice to get. It turns out it's just a keystone, nothing important. And here we go. Here's the pickups. Is he even gonna pick up the double jump? He might end up
is he just
skipping the
gonna
double
miss
jump.
it?
He's just gonna skip it. Oh no! What the
Oh,
last
poor Guard.
pickup in Grotto, and he didn't get it.
That
Oh,
sorrow
so
TP also
unfortunate.
mad. Like what even like that's such an easy pickup for our runners to be able to check with like climb double jump, right? That could have decided the race, right? We saw this terrible thing that Zem had to do to be able to get access to the left side of the map, but he had charge jump and climb. He even had stomp if he didn't find charge jump to be able to bust open that wall there at the start of the TP. So that is like absolutely terrifying, but fortunate for Zem that didn't actually end up being a critical element for the state of the race itself. But meanwhile, Guard is coming into Ginso, has all of the skills that you could ever dream of and more, and is now going to be making quick work of the most verticality-based dungeon in the run.
Yeah, I'm kind of just amazed at like how true to this seed's name it was. With pretty much every single important thing in the game besides like charge jump being in Grotto or just next to Grotto. Or, it's like everything was just in the like a blue background area that you could ever want.
Yeah, so let's do
amazing.
the countdown, right? It was climb, glide, dash, double jump, grenade. All of that was just in Grotto, right? Like right there. And then what? Charge jump was on a tree, right? So you're not gonna miss that. And then stomp was like in the keystones here in Ginso. So if you came here early, you're definitely not gonna miss that. I mean, clearly we're not gonna see Guard pick them up because all Guard has to do is activate the tree and then get out and make his way to Horu. But you're just so absolutely right. And then what else, right? Starro TP. Starro TP, the most powerful left side teleporter outside of arguably Forlorn TP in the run, just being there in Grotto itself. So wait, was Forlorn TP also in Grotto? I don't remember. I think it might have been.
Clean water might have also been.
Oh, clean water. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was in the vault, right? Like at the bottom of Grotto. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, clean water.
It's just everything. Everything is in Grotto this seed. Maybe they'll learn. Maybe they'll be ready for this next seed. Maybe everything will still be in Grotto. Let's see. The randomizer might have forgotten to move everything.
Yeah,
Placing it so kindly this time.
Yeah, we'll see how the randomizer is feeling next to you. It's probably gonna be like unhappy, shriek, howl, grr, or something. And they're like, oh crap, no, everything's gonna be in Forlorn. All right.
Yeah, we're gonna have the complete opposite seed next. That's what we're gonna hope for.
Yeah. So pay attention, folks, to that seed name. And as Guard is going to be coming into Mount Horror, we're going to see if they're going to go for violence or for door warp. We'll find out momentarily. But also, stay tuned, folks, because we're going to do a quick sort of race analysis after Guard finishes up. And then we will be taking a short 10-minute break to give our runners a bit of a rest before heading immediately into game number 2 of this best of 3 of Xemsys versus Guard. But here we go, Mad. Guard coming into the final escape is going to be starting it momentarily.
Yes, it's going to be gifted with a health cell, just in case didn't have enough health already with that ultra defense and however large amount of health that Guard has pretty much every power skill he'd ever want, has all this energy, is just going to be spamming uncancelled charge dashes all over the place. He doesn't even bother to use anything else to break the floor. His dash is good enough. He's actually managed to burn enough energy to barely have any left to do anything fast. Only maybe a meteor kick into the water. Come on. Oh, unfortunate. Oh, but we are gonna see, of course, the grenade jump here. He's just gonna be able to glide up happily through this, skips the trigger. That's the last big problem, and then the only thing left is to do a wonderful grenade jump here and hope that you don't soft lock. If you get the position right, you've got no problem. And there we go. Guard has made it through. Guard has just got to hold right to finish.
Yeah, nicely done from Guard, taking a loss here in this game number 1 of this best of 3 series, but that doesn't mean Guard's out of the tournament yet, right? This is an upper bracket match, so even if Guard gets 2 out here or takes a loss, I mean, Xemsys could take 2 losses in a row, right? They will be sent down to the lower bracket. So staying alive in the tournament, irregardless of the outcome of this best of 3, is really, really wild, and just is a testament to how well Guard has played throughout this entire tournament. GG, here we go with an official time of 44:31. Guard has now finished the seed. And Matt, just a couple of thoughts, on this race overall, right? We had such a wild start, right, with that like glide and win restored and early grotto teleporter. How did you feel about our runners and like sort of how they approached like the very start of the seed?
Well, it was honestly what I could ever have hoped for. A crazy start, and then our runners
Yeah.
both immediately knew what they were doing. They both immediately went for that teleporter. They wasted absolutely no time checking the stuff in the grotto area, and they both were absolutely synced for like the first start of the race. And it wasn't until they picked up that clean water in the grotto vault area that it wasn't until that point that their routes actually started to diverge, and that was when Zem's route really ended up saving so much time over Guard's route, of Guard going for the very much the strategy of like, I'm gonna go for these really awkward pickups that I don't want to get tricked by. I know Zem's probably not going to be checking these sort of pickups. I know Zem loves the speed, but if something is important is at these pickups, then that could be huge. And we did in fact see that with a few of them, with the dash find for Guard and the bash find for Guard, though possibly came a bit too late and ended up finding them. But I honestly just like love the route that Zem had throughout this seed. It was so aggressive, but it didn't really end up like hurting Zem at all. Like, he was still able to perform all of the tricks he needed to do, and that's exactly what you want to see for someone going for the aggressive, just trying to go as fast as possible strategy. Skip lots of things the moment you have a skill set that is like, I can finish the game with this, and that's what we saw in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just very, very interested to see what happens in game number 2, right? Because if Guard does actually being able to make use of like some really obscure early pickup, right? Like Dash came actually at a really good time for them to be able to like take an advantage over Zem, but instead of like pushing for the objective and maybe tracking down Water Vein early to also stumble upon that double jump pickup, right? They ended up going for sort of more obscure checks, but Xemsys, for all their trouble, was able to just sort of track down those actual crucial core elements to the route overall, and then having all of those things just sort of appear in nice locations, right? Especially that charge jump being on Light Grenade Tree was just sort of the nail in the coffin for his opponent. So I'm very looking forward for this, but folks, we have some thanks to give out. Thank you to 2Kill and Sunny Muffin, who are helping us with stats throughout the run. Major thanks to Griff for the restream, and Mad Insane, thank you for joining me, Covert Muffin, on the comms for this one.
Yes, thank you all, and we will see you all after the break with a new set of commentators. I'm not sure exactly who's on, but I'm sure they're wonderful, whoever they are.
A short 10-minute break, and then it's going to be Roos and Shafe who are going to be picking up the comms. We'll see you in 10 minutes. Have a good one.
Yeah, and so that's why it's covert muffin and not conspicuous cupcake. So, oh hi, I didn't see you there. Welcome back. It's the Ori Randomizer Tournament 2021 Blind Forest Xemsys versus Guard. Xemsys taking game one. Roos largely in large part, I would say, just because of the way that Guard kind of just forgot about double jump down in lower left grotto. Honestly, like. He ended up getting dash and bash, two of the other power skills that Xemsys didn't have, but it's one of the more difficult and sort of underrated things in Randomizer is, just keeping track of what it is that you have and haven't checked in places that you can revisit, and unfortunately it cost Guard that one. Bruce? Are you there, buddy? I think we've let Bruce off of some sort of platform or something. I think he's
Oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry. I did not unmute myself on Discord. Silly.
What is it?
Okay, as I was saying, yes, double jump, absolutely a very important pickup in that race, but I do also want to draw attention to the fact that Xemsys just really aggressively pushed trees in that seed, and it paid off big time that way. Now, it's going to be interesting because this is a best of 3 to see how that sort of meta strategy evolves. Is Guard going to change and push trees more? Now that Xemsys has a lead under their belt, are they going to push trees maybe a little less aggressively and dig more? This is going to be really cool to see sort of how it evolves over this best of 3 format.
Yeah, indeed. And for Xemsys' part, maybe he'll take it a little bit easier. We saw him the moment he got charge jump, basically just pushed left side, had stomp out of the Ginso tree. And so he went through with what he thought, anyway, was a sequence break, using those grenade jumps to do some damage boosting to get over to the left side. And, he just crushed trees from that point forward. But now having a 1-0 lead, a little bit of breathing room, sometimes you end up seeing runners be a little bit more thorough, knowing that they can sort of afford that extra time and, try and avoid getting randoed. So we'll have to see how it plays out. Of course, the winner of this one stays in the upper bracket and will be going on to face Cleanfell in the winners semifinals there. And the loser will be knocked down to the lower bracket to face Trito in the lower bracket quarters. And our next match, just to keep you abreast of where things are going to be going, is Dedu versus J-Mall in the lower bracket starting at 2 o'clock on Eastern. So whatever the result is here, we will be playing a Game 3. So if Xemsys does do 2-0, we'll just have a bit of a showcase match for Game 3. And whoever gets knocked down is not out of the tournament. They will be still competing later on. And so we saw, Bruce, the seed name was very charitable. And we'll have to see how things play out here. Are you hoping for another sort of jet seed like this, or are you thinking that you get things a little bit slower here?
When I play Randomizer, I don't play to go fast. I play to get into some weird situations, and that's what I like to see. So I hope this is just an awful seed that these runners are really having to dig around with weird logic paths for.
No real information on that seed name. That's Leaf Dignified Coup. As the runners are underway, again, Xemsys is going to be on your left, Guard is going to be on your right, and Prologue has been successfully skipped. Early ability cell, sometimes indicative of dash, sometimes it's just there because it can be. They're going to be coming up on the energy cell here, which is not randomized because not being able to save your game sucks. And with that ability cell, probably not going to see the runners here do the Dedu strat, which is collect experience from the Rhino. Sure enough, both of them hop over it, avoiding getting hugged by the Rhino. And we'll go to the second pickup, and it's Clean Water. So early Clean Water in both of these first 2 games does sort of present a double-edged sword. On one hand, it puts a bunch of other pickups on logic, most notably the Swamp Swim, which takes a long time. But on the other hand, you don't have to worry about your health so much for the final escape. So pretty interesting to get that in. Also opens up 2 checks logically here in early left blades.
Yeah, right off the bat, they're going to be able to go check. They could check that fake flippers anyway with their 3 health, but that just makes it a lot easier. But they also have that long flippers check. And there's going to be a number of other water pickups quite early on that this is going to give them access to if they find some other skills. Now, I just want to go ahead and throw this out there. Typically, I try to do my absolute best to be unbiased, but I like to see close matches, so I'm going to throw that right out the window. I'm rooting for Guard in this one. I want to see this go 1-1 and have a tense third match. How about you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Javier Bardem, as I like to call him, a bit of a meme that we've developed in this channel. We do get glide and wind restored here
Oh
again,
my
actually,
god.
off of the start. So back-to-back glide, wind restored, clean water starts. Very comfy in terms of world events. Um, Opens up exactly one pickup so far over here to the right side. And is it another teleporter? Yes, it's a
Oh
swamp
yes, it's
teleporter.
the swamp teleporter. This is like one of the most hilarious and unique starts that standard logic can give you, because now they can go to that swamp teleporter and float up and around through the swamp loop. This is like the holy grail of weird starts, Shafe. I'm so excited.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, the Swamp Loop is available, Main Grove is available, Spider Sack Energy Cell, I think, is available. I don't know if it's in Logic, but it's definitely available. So yeah, this is kind of like one of those starts where the seed is like, you know what, I'm gonna force you to go and do some shenanigans before you can go back to playing normally. And we'll see whether or not we're gonna get an early skill here, or whether or not we're gonna have to go over around the Swamp Loop. 58 experience up top near the teleporter here does give the runners an extra ability point. They're currently at 3. You see Xemsys on the left side setting up a save anywhere in order to be able to skip this cutscene where Curl swoops down, gains some blind movement, and that'll get him a few seconds advantage over Guard here, who's just gonna watch this cutscene, perhaps not as practiced at it. That's totally fine. Another keystone for Xemsys. I should say the first keystone that we get for Xemsys here. Guard's gonna get that shortly. Looks like Zem is gonna be heading towards the horror health cell. Yep. 47 experience, place a save up here, and then probably save scum this health cell if it's nothing that he desires. And we're kind of hoping it isn't at this point, because we want to see the full beauty of this unfold.
We want the weird. We want the weird. Now, one of the really cool things about a seed like this, and it's something I'm hoping we really get to see tested here, is in a more normal seed progression, you kind of do the areas in a somewhat similar order every seed. Like you'll maybe go to wall jump, and then you'll do BRB, and then maybe you'll head to grotto, and like there might be some minor variations. But with a seed like this, you go to such weird places, and you leave early places for late so much that if you're not a very experienced runner, it's super easy to just kind of mentally check off, oh, I must have been there because that's an early game area, and maybe there's something important hiding there that you just don't go to, even though it's been in Logic for a long time.
Yeah, Guard having a little bit of a brain fart there in terms of where he wanted to head. Looks like they're both going to be going to the Spider Sack Energy Cell. Another keystone here underwater that does put Glades open and available in Logic. Getting word from our Chuck, thank you, Infinite, that this energy cell is in fact in Logic with just glide to get over to it, and it's 14 experience. And we're going to see an altar from Xemsys. Looking like he's going to be heading into Glades. Opportunity, because Grotto is in Logic, for the runners to go and head that direction as well. And entirely possible Xemsys isn't going to find anything here, which is sort of one of the things you don't want to see as a runner, because you want to be able to pick up everything in the wall jump loop area and the energy cell next to the wall jump tree itself. And if you can't do that, you kind of always have to have it in the back of your mind that, you know, crap, maybe I have to come back here for further progression later. So we're eyes on the left for the time being as Guard catches up here slowly, and we'll get our new checks on Xemsys' side.
Yeah, honestly, they've both pretty much followed the same path. Unfortunately, Guard has just lost some time to deaths here and there, and that's what's opened up this disparity between the two. Hopefully, Guard can clean that up a little bit, maybe feeling a little bit of pressure knowing that only one game of buffer for being knocked into the lower bracket here, whereas Xemsys has a safety buffer of like one extra game that he can lose right now.
Yeah, and Guard's it's an understandable position. Like it's not his tournament life that's on the line, but his upper bracket life is on the line for sure right now. And you take a loss in that first race, particularly the way that he did, sort of kind of just randoing himself. It's very easy to sort of get in your own head about that. We do have our wall interaction. It is climb. Xemsys on the left side of your screen, picking that up in the wall jump loop area. Does do baby iceless. Clap, clap. Thank you very much for doing that. I appreciate it, Xemsys. I love you. And Guard's actually not as far behind here as would sort of indicate, just on the basis of the way the seed is unfolding. It's been a fairly linear path here right now. Like, sure, he's 20 or 30 seconds behind, but like that's easily catch-upable on his end. It just kind of relies a little bit on Xemsys making a few errors, which is entirely possible. The pressure does go both ways when you're behind or ahead in a series, sometimes you feel a little bit more pressure to execute if you're ahead, and vice versa. So Xemsys here, first tree at 6 minutes and 54 seconds is the wall jump tree, and just resources here so far after picking up climb.
Remarkably similar set of pickups that we found to that first seed so far. We've got the climb, we've got the glide and the wind restore, we've got the water. This is pretty interesting. But despite that, because of the order and where we found them, it's actually still playing out fairly differently in this early part of the game. So it really goes to show just like how much variety this rando has packed into it. I'm very interested to see what the next big progression item is, because we're somewhat limited on where we can go to right now. You can see Xemsys going into BRB. That's definitely where I would be going next as well, I think.
Yeah, guard losing a little bit of time there just because he had 1 HP. Normally you want to do a damage boost strat up at the wall jump loop to gain access to the 3 pickups that are up there, but took a couple hits and unfortunately had to push the rock, so bleeding a little bit more time, and unfortunately nerves can sort of compound on you like that. And hopefully, for guard's sake, he gets a skill here in the near future, like double jump, that he's fairly comfortable with, and he can sort of settle into this mentally. In the meantime, Xemsys down to 2 HP. These spikes do 3, so it kind of doesn't matter that he's down on 2 HP. If he falls down, he's dead either way. And then he has an obnoxious climb ramp to do. This first bit is completely set upable. But when he glides over to the left, it's actually an RNG-based physics thing that occurs, and looks like, as we have a little bit of a hiccup there, that he gets it pretty quickly and gets the Sunstone, and Altar is out because he definitely wants to keep that, and also it is faster to get into Blackroot.
Almost certain that guard will be picking that up as well whenever he goes to Blackroot. Pretty good chance he'll check that. There is maybe a small chance that with climb only, he might just say he really hates getting that pickup with that climb setup, but I would be surprised to see that out of him. So
Well,
probably won't see any
actually,
disparity there.
based on the routing here from guard, he's actually taking that climb when he's going to the outer swamp loop area down into Grotto. I think that might actually be playing in his head a little bit, that he knows that like that climb ramp is available to him, but just doesn't want to do it. And knowing that this is in logic with wind restored and climb, glide, and all that stuff, is just going to go here and head into Grotto, which is a more dense series of checks than Blackroot. So while Xemsys is going to take a tree vantage here, Guard's going to be able to check more pickups per minute. So I like both plays for different reasons, really.
Yeah, I completely agree. I was very, very interested to see which of these turns up their progression first. I would say that if guard doesn't get anything out of this, it's probably slightly in Zem's advantage just because he was able to focus more on those trees. But this is a fairly slow way to do BRB. If you find dash or charge jump or something, that does speed it up a little bit. So if guard gets rewarded, he can definitely make up any disparity that came from these two routing differences.
Few energy for the runners. Important to be able to open up glide vaults, where we saw an important pickup in the last race. Still no further hit points, however, so a little bit precarious on that front, perhaps making the runners a little bit trepidatious. This dash locked check from Xemsys, not in logic, it's a keystone. You always want to do it just kind of for informational purposes, and you're pretty much guaranteed that it's going to be, at the very least, a resource of some kind. Guard going for a climb ramp there with glide. Only tries it once, and then decides to go into Grotto. I like that. Just give it one attempt and then head on out. I'm actually not sure that's possible. If it is, it's extremely precise. I know I haven't been able to get it. We'll get the Grotto TP here, and just a couple more checks left for Xemsys on the left side. One in logic before this boulder drops down, an Indiana Jones sequence, and then a couple more behind that. So in logic checks are going to be coming up on guard, and a couple out of logic checks for Xemsys.
Thanks to doing this, Xemsys also going to get access to the teleporter down here, which could come in handy later for the return to light grenade if that becomes available. So just a lot of really good routing, like bonuses coming out of the way that Xemsys is choosing to do this, getting more trees, getting more teleporters, things like that. Now Guard has gotten the Grotto teleporter, which is like one of the most important ones to get, I think, just because it's really centrally located for the right side of the map. So it's a good one to have in your back pocket, ready to go. It's quite frequently, it's not at all uncommon for you to return like 3, 4, 5 times to that same teleporter in any given seed.
All right, so just 2 pickups left here for Xemsys. One of them is the Gumon Seal out of Logic. No Forlorn TP, so at the moment, just kind of an informational pickup. Nobody wants to go there. There's no objective here. The Redders are playing Forced Trees, meaning they have to visit all the 10 vanilla skill tree locations. And Forlorn doesn't have any of those. So Guard going for a refill on the teleporter here to get 2 energy to open up Glide Vault before performing the save anywhere to lock the bridge in an open state. And then he'll be heading over to the right to check a couple pickups here. And Xemsys is pretty much forced at this point to head back to the swamp teleporter and either try and attempt a really obnoxious Iceless or just go to the outer swamp loop and kind of trail in Guard's footsteps here. So 3 advantage for Xemsys +1, but logic and knowledge advantage for Guard here at the moment.
I like that you chose the phrase really obnoxious iceless as if regular iceless isn't already super obnoxious. Hey, up there for Guard. That's a good little find. That's just not going to do a ton because they have climb, but it does it's a lot more comfortable wall movement in a lot of situations. Like particularly this one right here, rather than just kind of having to fall off the wall, Guard is able to actually jump off of it and make this climb through these spikes much easier. So very convenient place to have found that for sure.
Probably hoping to get dash there again, but it's a keystone this time, so no luck there. But a number of checks available. Guard slipping down, did not quite tap his glide button in time, but does go back up to check that. That is an ability cell. Lots of resources here, still kind of starved in terms of progression. Something's got to come up soon. There isn't really a whole lot that's left available for the runners. So basically these checks over in lower left grotto, a couple mapstone turn-ins perhaps, and grotto mini boss, then stuff on the way to double jump trees. So Guard's going to be heading left here in the hopes of finding something like double jump or charge jump so that they can get a few more pickups around this area without having to come down and backtrack and come back again. And gets another keystone. Keystones are not going to be a problem this seed. That's 8 keystones for Guard. He can basically do everything on the right side now as far as keystones are concerned. But going down to this ability cell is another keystone.
Another keystone.
So that's all right side plus key dupe that they can do in Sorrow. So and no keystones required basically for the runners.
Pretty much solved.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see if this plays into the runners' mindsets at all, but one of the big challenges of doing a best of 3 in quick succession like this is it's sometimes hard to sort of mentally reset from your last seed because you spend so much time saying, okay, this is the area I've checked already, but when you do another seed right after, you have to go back to the fresh seed, mentally speaking, and especially because this seed and like the pickups that we found are so similar to the first one, that could make it even a little bit more difficult than normal. So good job on these runners for having the mental fortitude to do this and perform pretty dang well so far.
Well, such as forgetting that Spirit Caverns and Sea Flame Tree is open now with all these keystones. Like, they could go there and progression could entirely just be waiting on Sea Flame Tree. It could be Sea Flame itself, forcing a whole... That's a bit rude. Very common, though, for the Grotto Teleporter to be in Grotto. But finally, we do get a 4th Hell Cell. That's actually pretty important. Guard's going to be able to do some extra damage boosts here now that, for the time being anyway, Xemsys won't. With this skill set may not come into play, but just... It's one of those comfort things because so many things here on the right side of the map do 2 or 3 damage. So knowing that you have that extra bit of a buffer for a couple of mistakes here and there, I imagine is going to help Guard settle down a little bit and get into the seed. Looks like based on his execution, that's actually already happening. He's not spaghettiing as much as he was in the early going.
Yeah, it's sort of a weird paradox where the more health you have, the more comfortable you are, so you don't actually need the extra health, but, if it helps you calm down, definitely still worth having. Now, it may just look like Xemsys is following in Guard's footsteps, but do keep in mind Xemsys has already been through Blackroot, which is a fairly slow area unless you have, specifically dash and charge jump. So, despite the fact that he's basically just going to be following him around for a little while, I'd still say this is a very even race right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Even getting a Spirit Flame only mini boss check for Guard being very thorough a lot of the time. Like you can see him showing that attack upgrade, which did make it faster. Gets grenade for it actually as well behind the drop. Whoa! I don't know if Xemsys is gonna do the mini boss. Like I was just about to say, runners hate doing the mini boss if they don't have a way to 2 or 3 cycle it very quickly, and Guard just deciding to go for it with nothing but Spirit Flame and an attack upgrade. Maybe he got something on the red tree, I'm not sure, but gets his blue break, and he's actually going to double back here with using that Glide Wind Restore to check these 2 plants that are right here. Possibly even dipping down back into the lower Grotto Vault. There is a plant there that he could access as well. Does get a 3rd energy cell and another keystone. And okay, so did he? Yeah, he threw a grenade down from the top. Okay, so that's what that was. And so yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on Xemsys' screen on the left side as he heads towards the right side of Grotto to see whether or not he does that. This could be actually really big for Guard.
Yeah, especially because Xemsys has 1 game already under his belt, it would be maybe even more understandable to skip that check because it's slow, and you might just say, I'm willing to take a little bit extra risk because of that buffer. Now, here's where we're going to see it. Keep your eyes on the left. And is going to be doing the mini-boss. All right. So not going to get randoed here.
All right, so gentleman's agreement, apparently, that they agreed on doing the mini-boss before Double Jump Tree no matter what, and I guess no matter what also includes Spirit Flame only, so... all right, then. Guard's going to be making his way to the Double Jump Tree. Will temporarily even out on the trees, but again, as you said, Roost has not done Blackroot yet. But this is sort of a backtrack situation now that the runners are in. They have Blue Break, a bunch of plants have come into Logic that they can go get now in Grove and Grotto, and even a couple over in the Sea Flame area, Valley Entry, etc., etc. So likely to see Guard go to Spirit Caverns, I guess. I was going to say Blackroot, but oh yes, doing swing set. Here we go.
Oh my god.
What Guard is doing is that he's pausing on the frame the grenade lands on the platform, and when it does, shenanigans will ensue, and there you go. You see the platform
Amazing.
rotating up. I think that was his 2nd pause attempt too. They're very nicely done by Guard. Will it pay off? 96 experience, absolutely worth it.
Reverse nice. But that said, it's good to have it mentally checked off just so that you know that you don't need to go back there and check it, even though it wasn't actually progression or anything like that. Still super cool to see that executed so cleanly and so quickly. Loved it.
All right, so Xemsys did not actually do Grotto. Oh, dash at below Sea Flame Tree for Guard. Xemsys is like 99.7% likely to get this, but still, depending on how Xemsys routes it, Guard could have this for a little while, and it's just so nice to have. But I was going to say, Xemsys having the grenade pickup coming down to this Grotto Vault, which Guard did not have, was able to check that plant. Guard is not going to get bitten by that, so that's good. And now Blackroot becomes a little bit faster for Guard, as well as does traversing here towards Spirit Caverns. A lot of runners like to kind of go Spirit Caverns first and up to Sea Flame so they can get the Frankie to break the floor so that they have access via that way to come back later. But Guard just went underneath first and ended up having dash. So he's going to actually just backtrack here a little bit for... I think he wanted to turn in a mapstone, but forgot he turned one in there. That's fine. That happens. And is going to be getting some of the first checks that we've seen in Sea Flame. In the meantime, Xemsys was actually struggling just a little bit there with the movement and Grotto Vault. So did lose a little bit of time, allowing Guard to catch up here with some of that dash movement.
It's going to be really interesting to see what Guard finds here. If progression is up towards the top here, both runners may be panicking a little bit because this was an area they could have gotten to a while ago. And when you find something important in an area that's been open a long time, you, of course, instantly assume your opponent went there immediately and has had it the whole time. Not going to have that problem, though. Just experience and keystones, no problem at all.
Yeah, so Guard is going to be taking his dash now into Blackroot. Worth noting, he does have enough ability cells to continue up into the blue tree here to get charge dash while skipping a couple of cutscenes here. So probably hoping to find one more just so he can continue in the blue tree afterwards, but if not, he can spend one in the purple tree and that'll be okay for the purposes of the boulder escape. Like, even though you have dash and wall jump and stuff to get past that normally, a lot of the time you will despawn the hitbox of the boulder with a save anywhere anyway, just to make sure that the Frankie doesn't die so that you can go down to the grenade tree. And that's kind of going to be an interesting point of possible divergence here for Guard. Just because he has dash, might opt to actually do Grenade Tree just while he's here, but is going to have to find at least one more ability cell to do that. Otherwise, he's going to pull a to-do and give us some team story time action.
I would like to point out there is one pickup in here that guard can get that Xemsys was not able to at the time, and that is the dash plant. By air dashing and throwing a grenade, he should be able to get to that. And you know, we've definitely had races where something important was on there. It's just one pickup, but you know, not impossible that the important progression is going to be there.
Yep, indeed. And so, unfortunately, Dash on its own doesn't speed Blackroot up like too significantly. But in the meantime, eyes on the left, we'll see Xemsys. Yeah, okay, so he's going to take actually pretty much the exact same route as Guard did here. He's going to get his dash in short order. And now they are both on skill parity. They will very shortly be on tree parity as well, as Guard is going to be cleaning up Blackroot here. At this point, it just really comes down to the search for the water vein and then some additional verticality. We do know that the water vein clue, as you can see there, is going to be at least on tree 6, if not tree 9, so it might be a while before we find that. But as far as skills go, this is a fairly comfortable way to clear out most of the right side and try and find the next bit of progression, which at this point either has to be like the Forlorn TP, to put Forlorn and Logic with that Goomon seal that's past the Boulder Escape, or some other form of verticality. So Xemsys with an opportunity here, 9 keystones in the pocket to potentially go to Valley Entry, which Guard opted not to do, wanted to push for trees instead and head into Blackroot. So eyes on the left, and we'll see whether or not we get some extra checks here from Xemsys, or whether he decides to go elsewhere.
Looking
And
like
indeed,
guard
it
is
will be
not
elsewhere.
checking that dash plant, by the way, or maybe we'll do it after all these other checks. We'll see if there's anything important there. It's a little bit out of the way, so it's definitely possible that he's just not thinking about it at the time, you know?
With charge dash, what you might want to do is just rocket jump off that slime there on the right-hand side to get up to the wall, and then dash over. It's just kind of a little bit sort of weird in your head to go for dash plant while the darkness is still there, and may have just decided, well, you know, with rocket jumps, it's actually very quick for me to come back to that. And it looks like that's sort of what's in his mind right now. He is going to be going to the Boulder Escape. We are going to see Iceless here, which we did not see on Guard's end. Just kidding. Xemsys actually taking a fairly big death there. Just because it's a bit slow to climb up these walls with only a wall jump. Lost probably on the order of about 10 or 15 seconds to that slime shot there. Does come back to it. We will see it now, and it's 4th energy, so that puts the lower grotto vault in Logic.
Interesting, interesting. Yeah, Zem maybe starting to get a little nervous. Definitely, when you're in the driver's seat of a seat where you can't see your opponent and you see dash as late as Zem did, it's very natural to think that your opponent found it much earlier than you. And in fact, you know, Guard did find it, but not so much earlier that it put him out of the race. But it's you can't know that when you're in the race. So maybe he's starting to get a little nervous, and it's making him start to make a few mistakes he wouldn't normally do.
And Guard is setting up for the Frankie lure to go to Grenade Tree. This Frankie, again, does not respawn if it dies. So Guard has to be careful, and if it does die, he's going to have to go to a previous save at his last Kindle or whatever. But looks like the lure so far through the first part is well set up. He's getting into an outside aggro range to try and get short hops. That last one was a bit too close. You saw the Frankie take a higher leap and take a death into the spikes. The setup here a little bit more routine for Guard, dropping off of that rekindle as opposed to setting up the movement while the Frankie was still alive after having broken that rock, which just gave him some experience. On the left, we're actually going to see a grenade redirect attempt here from Xemsys in order to be able to break into Swamp with clean water. This is really aggressive. Xemsys wants to know as soon as possible if the water vein is going to be on tree 6 for his clue, and this is like incredibly difficult what he's trying to do. He's trying to spam grenades basically at the exact right time as this projectile is coming his way. Meantime, Guard successfully luring the Frankie, by the way, is just going to get another save here quickly to make sure he doesn't have to do that again. And when you have 3 grenades that are on the floor, when you press grenade again, you get the redirect just like that. Xemsys breaking into Swamp. Very well done.
Extremely impressive. I cannot stress enough how difficult that is to do. Very, very hard trick. And even as many tries as it took Zem, it's still incredibly impressive to have gotten it that fast. I think that probably is definitely some evidence that, like I said, Zem is probably feeling behind, because that was a very risky play to try and go for. And when you're behind, you want to take big risks to try and get big payoffs to get you back into the race. So Zem is saying, I'm going to do this very, very difficult trick to get access to an area that guard probably doesn't have, and hope I find something super important here to get me back in it. Bash would obviously be the big one, as would charge jump.
In a way, Spirit Light Efficiency could sort of spell that for Xemsys on the sheer basis that he's going to be able to push for Sense. If you're just joining us in the tournament, Sense is the last thing that you can get on the purple tree, which is basically a hot-cold indicator for important pickups like world events or skills or dungeon keys. So with SLE, Xemsys now has the opportunity, and with Clean Water especially, not having to worry about health in the final escape so much, to go ahead and push for Sense and perhaps gain a skill advantage that way. So having SLE a little bit earlier is potentially, like, it could lead to one of those things for Xemsys, and also a very large experience value on the Stomp tree. 289 experience. That kind of indicates that Stomp is meant to be fairly late in the logic. But we are seeing here, as Guard is going to be picking up his fifth tree once he does get to Grenade. Xemsys already at 5. We're going to be at tree parity. We're going to be at skill parity, and at this point, it's just a matter of trying to find out where the next bit of logic is. Extra air dash for Guard, nice to have. Very quality of life kind of pickup, is going to make things a little bit easier, give him a little bit more air retention. But is down to 2 health and no energy. Has to be very careful luring this Baneling, and successfully does. Going to be able to place a save now. Down to 1 ability point. Will not be joining Team Story Time. As he's going to go and place a save up here at the grenade tree access, and then I would imagine double back to check the experience back up over to the right side.
This is an amazingly close race so far. I really have no idea who's in the lead, or if either one of them even is, really. We're at parity at almost everything. Both of these players have covered very similar ground as each other, just in a different order. Honestly, whoever finds that next big power skill is probably just going to suddenly blast into the lead here. And there's not that much seed left. I mean, we have the left side, and we've got to finish out the Ginso tree, but these runners have pretty thoroughly checked the right side of the map at this point. So they've done a lot of the seed already so far.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, the densest area I can think of that the runners haven't checked that's in logic is like Spider Sack, and it looks like Guard actually might be heading there. Does not want to do the awful / amazing sequence break into Swamp that we saw from Xemsys, but important, potentially upcoming piece of information here for Xemsys on the left side of your screen. This is going to be tree number 6 for him, which is going to give him his second clue. It could be for the Gumon's Heel or Sunstone, which he already has. It could be the Water Vein. It's the Water Vein at Grotto. Massive information advantage for Xemsys.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty big. And the fact that it is Grotto means that they definitely can get to it so far with their current skill set. Going to be very nice to know that, because he can go back there, finish clearing it out, and go right on into the Ginso tree if he wants to do so. With their current lack of verticality, might decide to put that off, but Xemsys, with the extremely competent execution that he has, might also just say, you know what, I'll do the charge dash ramps. I don't care. I just want to get these trees.
Yeah, and, maybe try and sequence break the next bit of progression. Like, if double jump is the intended progression to get into Ginso, just being able to do the charge dash ramps to access later at areas of Ginso, and then maybe you would get your charge jump or your stomp or whatever. Definitely could be very big for Xemsys. Of course, if double jump is the progression, does not have a way at the moment to progress past the bash tree itself. So if further progression is deeper in Ginso, that's actually pretty good for Guard here. But we are going to see the first checks of Valley entry for Guard. Unfortunately, just this 3 energy is kind of just pigeonholing him into a couple different areas, but does get an energy refill off of the plant as well as the level up. Just experience up top there, very nice. Water Vein, I think at this juncture is likely far left Gumo hideout, but we could have the infamous, if you will, above Sea Flame tree progression for Guard here on the right side in short order, or possibly Dash Plant as well. So yeah, at this point, Reese, we're just kind of looking for what the next intended bit of progression to be able to get up Ginzo is, and then the water vein itself.
I do want to draw
And
a
there
little
it is.
attention. Oh, there it is, far left. Yep, and Xemsys immediately alt-Rs, maybe just going to Ginzo, we will see. I want to draw a little attention to the fact that Guard left the Valley Long Swim pickup behind. So, you know, that's a very hefty time investment for just one check. But, you know, if that's the check that had the thing you need, it's definitely not one you want to be leaving behind. So we'll see if maybe Zem decides to do that. I'm going to guess probably no. Zem seems very comfortable with pushing trees with minimal skill sets. So I think Zem is going to be trying to get to those trees as much as possible here.
Ooh, maybe not. Looks like he is actually pushing into left grove, reverse spider sack probably. I think he's gonna take a couple seconds here just to try and chase progression a little bit in a dense area in the spider sack section of the map, because this is the area that the runners pretty much haven't been, right? So like there's no backtracking involved here, whereas if you want to go to Grotto or VLS or Dash Plant or something, like you're going out of your way for very few pickups. So just going for that density here, trying to find a little bit of progression. We know from Guard's side and Xemsys having approached us from the other side that nothing actually is here at the moment. But I do like that from Zem, just kind of chasing the dense area to see what's here. And then if nothing is here, probably push for the C-dash ramps as you suggested, because he's probably thinking the same thing that I alluded to earlier. You're like, yeah, you can do the charge dash ramps and get into Ginzo, but if progression is later on in Ginzo, because they don't have a comfortable way to left side yet, then he would be forced to do a Ginzo revisit, which is like almost as worse as going back for VLS or something.
Yeah, even no matter how good your skill set is, having to redo the first half of Ginzo just takes a very long time. It's a big dungeon with a lot of territory to traverse. You do not want to be doing it a second time.
All right, so Guard in the meantime is going to be doing the revisit here through the Swamp Loop and etc. And I do like this routing from Guard with rocket jumps. He's able to clean out a lot of stuff that he couldn't before, and as well as this grenade check actually, which has opened up in Logic for a long time as well. And entirely possible double jump could be there. It's 36 experience, but Guard's kind of chasing some of the progression. Looks like Xemsys is continuing to do that as well, being very thorough here in this section they've had access to for a long time. The only question is, will we see VLS? Xemsys, you disappoint me. I can't believe you've done this. That's your favorite pickup and you skip it. I'm done. So Roos, solo comps. I'm too disappointed. No, just kidding.
They should have also had a gentleman's agreement to do VLS if it was possible. They did it for the Grotto mini boss, but not for this one.
The shame. Guard kind of trying to set up there for checking both the plant and Ringo's ability cell. Missed it once, decided to not go for it again. Another heads up play in terms of just like trying things once, and if it doesn't work, oh well, go continue to chase Logic. I like that from Guard. He's willing to put effort into things that are out of Logic, but he's not going to burn time doing a lot of it either. So going for a refill on this teleport, dropping down into Grotto afterwards as well. We'll likely find the water vein, I imagine, here, but the question still remains, how are we going to get up against... Ooh, Sorrow TP in Teeth Quarter for Guard. That could be massive. That is left side access if they find Stomp or Charge Jump. Not sure whether Xemsys will go back for that or not, actually, unless he's going to continue trying to be just as thorough as Guard has been, or whether he's decided he's had enough and just wants to push for the Ginzo tree. Looks like Xemsys is going to be doing Dash Plant. Okay. So, possible progression here on both sides as Guard is doing a sequence break with a rocket jump for 46 XP. Cannot, I believe, get that experience off to the right, at least not easily. And Xemsys not doing... Oh, I think he accidentally killed the slime, so he can't actually rocket jump off of it to get up to Dash Plant here earlier. So, what else? I think Guard has more or less cleared out Grotto, with the exception of the double jump tree experience and the energy cell over there. Other than that, VLS is kind of starting to look real attractive as progression if it's not Dash Plant.
It really is. We're starting to run out of pickups here. Oh, there you go. There you go. That's more checks that they can do. The Dash Plant had the Forlorn Teleporter, and they have the Gumon Seal, so that is in logic. I would expect Xemsys. I think there's kind of two pretty big reasonable paths here. Either just go ahead and push into the Ginso tree out of logic, or go check out Forlorn there. I think I lean towards Forlorn because in standard logic, the game expects you to have some level of verticality to do Ginso tree. So I think I would check this first, hope to find that charge jump or double jump, something like that, and then maybe do Ginso afterwards.
Yeah, and if that's the case, which it seems increasingly likely that it is, looks like Guard's looking at his map. I think he may have seen Dash Plant there and might be going for it as well, which would actually even up this race pretty quickly. With Xemsys, we sort of indicated he had kind of a bit of a lead there at the start with trees, but does find double jump here in Forlorn. Yes, Guard is going for Dash Plant, is going to get his Forlorn TP as well. So I cut myself off. I'm going to have to rejoin my train of thought here, which was derailed momentarily. Getting double jump here in Forlorn opens up Ginso. Ginso is likely further progression. If it's Stomp or Charge Jump in Ginso, Xemsys is not going to have the Sorrow Teleporter, because I really don't anticipate him going down back to
I do have to interrupt you. Actually, Xemsys did get the Sorrow Teleporter earlier. They,
oh, he did?
confirmed it for us. Yes.
Oh,
that is
okay.
not going to be a source of parity between these two.
Okay, thank you. All right, so on that front, we just have the runners both going off to the Ginso tree here in fairly short order. Xemsys did open this up a little bit earlier compared to Guard, but other than that, like, there's just Guard getting double jump here, probably going towards the map altar, same as Zem. Keystone duping, not a big problem. So at the moment, anyway, this race is execution. Really, the runners have both the dungeon keys. They have both the world events. They have the same skills, basically the same trees. With Xemsys having the stomp tree advantage. But like, other than that, like, this is so far 100% going to be just execution. I imagine something's going to unlock this ROTP here in short order, and then it's hit trees and finish the seed.
Yeah, there's really not much left that they need at this point, especially for runners of this caliber. They will know how to use a skill set like this to get themselves to the end. Final Escape is a little bit tricky. Some of the rooms require some tough execution with this, but it's definitely not going to be a particularly big problem for runners with this amount of experience under their belt.
All right, so Xemsys setting up for a charge dash. Redirect, that one was a little bit low. I was going to have to wait to set up the projectile again, and it does so. And sends that off. Ooh, Guard actually took a pretty nasty death there after doing this auto-scroller section in Forlorn, and lost a considerable amount of time. Can speed up that time loss, if you will, just by getting double jump and leaving, because nothing really was all that important after that. And yeah, it looks like he's just going to get double jump, head back to the teleporter, get his refill, and I imagine we're going to see the Swamp TP here from Guard, unless he wants to continue clearing lower Forlorn. Yeah, he wants to be a little bit more thorough, see whether or not progression is indeed further back here or not.
I'd definitely be willing to say, given the skill sets that these runners have, as well as how close they are to being able to finish, Guard needs something big to be in Forlorn here. He needs to see like charge jump or bash in here, because Xemsys is off to the races at this point. Just gonna be pushing trees and doesn't need much to finish. Charge Flame is something. It's not good enough, I don't think, but
it is a skill.
Not nothing.
It is indeed a skill. It opens up exactly one pickup that the runners can get, being the Moon Grotto Laser Plant. But other than that, yeah. It's going to be either further up in Ginso here with just double jump. Xemsys looks like he's going to bail on that, or it's going to be back in Forlorn. So Guard's going to place down this orb, do a rocket jump to check that, just while he's here sort of deal. 123 experience on that. Dropping down, does not get pancaked by the Crushers. But charge dashes into the cutscene, and his momentum carries him into the instant kill spikes after. He's got to watch this or reload and then die and then do it again. That is awful. I feel so bad. That's
really just tragic. Really rude of the game to just kind of force him to sit there and wait for himself to die on those spikes.
That's so nasty. In the meantime, we are actually going to get wind restored check here from Xemsys by the looks. Interesting. This is a very long pickup to go check. It is in logic with the skill set and the forward TP and all that good stuff. But he's got to sit here and watch a giant cutscene for a
This-
long time.
This might be a play to get the Stomp clue, actually, because Stomp would
Ooh.
definitely just put Zem in complete go mode here.
Yeah, that's
that
a
would be
good
left side
point.
access and everything.
Yeah, with the Sorrow TP, absolutely. If it's nothing, it's a pretty big time loss still. But if he's going for the clue, yeah, that does make it less of a time sink for sure. But of course, if Stomp is left side, if it's in Misty
Oh
or
man,
something.
that would just be awful.
Totally. It's Bash!
Ooh,
Outside
guard!
forward for
Finds
guard!
Bash!
Massive pickup!
That is pretty significant. Now, guard still definitely needs to make up some trees, but if anything can do it, it's Bash. That is a huge, huge pickup. That is full left side access. I mean, that's everything. Guard is in go mode if he wants to be right now. Nothing else remains to be gotten. Just has to rush those trees. Meanwhile, Xemsys investing all this time to go and find the Stomp hint. Oh my god. That honestly could have been the play that decides this entire race here.
Yeah, absolutely. Like this is minutes that Zem is spending here. That guard is not going to have to, and guard is going to be able to absolutely just blitz through these sequence breaks that Zem did. He's going to be able to do it all in logic. Take this frog for a bit of a journey, or the spider shot, break the floor, go for a swim, or do swamp entry up top. Then he can lure a Frankie to get left side access from valley entry very quickly with Bash. And Ginzo is like significantly faster with Bashnade than it is with just wall jump, double jump. And Stomp, I believe, was in Ginzo. Did I see that right?
I think so. I only just caught it. Yep, Stomp
Yep.
is in upper Ginso.
Wow.
Oh my god. That is incredible. Okay, so Xemsys was completely in the driver's seat here, but then suddenly, like, two things happened. Guard finds Bash, and Zem finds out that Stomp is in a Ginso revisit. And suddenly, I think this is Guard's race to lose at this point. I mean, that is such a huge flip of the results here. Holy cow.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the fewer pickups that guard checks here at this point, the better this situation is for him. And he's not even checking that floor pickup, which is like a really fast pickup to check. He's just taking that Bash and he is going. He did take a couple nasty deaths. Xemsys is going to be able to do a death wart here to go to the forlorn entrance. And he knows that he has missed something important, and he's kind of clued into the fact that it's probably here. So he actually is going to have Bash relatively quickly, but he doesn't have left side until he gets stomped, so he has to do the revisit, where guard does not. So you're going to see Xemsys here go into Ginzo a little bit later than guard, but guard just needs to hit the tree and then go. This is going to be extremely close, actually. Just on the basis of some of the deaths that guard has taken, I don't think guard is in as significant a lead. It depends on whether or not he decides to check pickups here in Ginzo and whether he finds Stomp or not. With Bash, he can just go left side. Actually, you know what?
You can just use the Frankie to stomp the peg.
Yeah, Xemsys doesn't even need to go up into Ginzo for the revisit. Yeah, what am I thinking? He can just go straight to left side from that. And looks like that's what Xemsys is going to do from the Swamp Teleporter, is going to go through Spider Sack and do that. So, yeah, it's close. I think Xemsys has the lead because he made the soul read. He was able to understand the logic and what it intended, and he found Bash pretty quickly.
Yeah, that play to go and find Bash there, absolutely like amazing psychic play. That got him right back into this. I would say that what would put guard commandingly in the lead would be if Stomp is like just a little bit above the Bash tree and guard is able to just go grab it real quick and he can use that Sorrow TP instead of having to do this slower way into the left side. That would save a pretty significant chunk of time.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like he's checking anything except that one pickup that was available while the door was opening, sort of deal. We're gonna see an altar here. I don't believe... No, guard did skip the Grove teleporter, so he doesn't have the fast teleporter to get back there, which would have actually made this a little bit closer. He's thinking of the routing, I think, right now. Maybe whether or not he has that teleporter. Yeah, he realizes he doesn't have it. Okay, so yeah, he's going to be going through the lower axis, because what he did do is that he took the Frankie from above Sea Flame Tree to break the floor, so he did not have to go through the Stomp Teleporter access or through Spirit Caverns like this, but he's doing Spirit Caverns anyway, because why not? You have Bash. Using these projectiles is very quick to do. Xemsys has a couple options to break the rocks above Kuro, including Fast Stompless or Wilhelm. Looks like he just wanted to check that one pickup real quick. After throwing the shot and realized it missed, he's going to go for the shot again rather than going for Wilhelm. At this point, because he knows what's on that ability cell, it's actually not faster to do this, but he knows the trick, so he kind of might as well, and he gets it second try. Very nicely done. In the meantime, guard on the right side, luring the Frankie for Valley access.
This is really going to come down to execution, I think. Both of these runners know they're in go mode. They're not checking anything. Now, Xemsys is starting off with a pretty big lead here. You can see just kind of like how far ahead he is in this race to complete the left side. So what Guard needs to hope for is a really clean left side here with a couple of big mistakes from Xem. Now, their health is still fairly low, so like taking some nasty deaths like in Misty or something is not out of the question, even for runners as good as this. So we will see how that plays out.
Yeah, absolutely. Xemsys, with both dungeon keys in hand, does not have to worry about his ordering of trees at this point. He's just going to go straight into Misty. No kill plane skip from Guard on the lower end. Oh yeah, he is going for it. He just wanted to place a save in case it screws up. This is actually going to possibly save a little bit of time for Guard. It won't be too much. But he can just rocket jump off of a frog down below and then go up and use Wilhelm to break the rocks rather than doing Stompless. Basically, Xemsys missing Stompless once is what's going to give Guard a little bit of an advantage on that front and allow him to catch up just a shade. Worth noting as well, Guard has 5 HP, Xemsys has 6, so things are a little bit more comfy for Xem. And I believe they both have health regen 1 as well, so that adds even a little bit more of a buffer. And Xemsys' execution here in Misty so far looking fairly flawless. Ooh, yeah, nice long distance lure from that frog shot rather than baiting the frog, bashing the frog over there below the floor. Very nicely done from Xem. 300 XP on the tree, 9 out of 10 on the trees, and Guard actually conveniently has a red frog waiting for him at this cutscene, and he is about 1 minute and 22 seconds behind at Feather.
That movement through Misty was very clean from Xem, especially at the end there with that Frankie lure. You can tell that this is a situation Xem has been in many times and knows exactly what to do here. Guard definitely doing quite well as well, but just a little bit behind just from how the first half of this seed went, and unfortunately may not be quite enough. There's a few things that Guard could maybe find that would help, like if he just randomly finds charge jump in here or something like that, that could maybe help a little bit. That said, this skill set they have is completely capable of finishing the seed and very fast, so I don't even know that finding charge jump would be enough to make up a deficit here. It's just going to have to come down to Xem dying some.
Yeah, and this is sort of what Guard needs to do. He's on 3 HP here, but did not drop to place a save through Sorrow. That's the kind of aggression that he needs to have in order to be able to catch up to Xem here, as well as having a few mistakes from Xem. Nice second shot from the frog to be able to break this floor, heading to the charge jump tree. We're going to see Xem take one hit, almost drops down into the spikes in Dorito Cave and takes a death, but does, with that 1 energy remaining, get to the door and place a save. Bashes the frog shot, no dice there. Second shot is good off of the lure. That was a death that Guard needed Xem to have, and unfortunately just didn't have it. Zem's basically got a final escape here, worth of time advantage ahead of him with Bash and double jump and charge dash and clean water especially. Like, if the water was dirty, I might say that this is within the realm of reason for Guard, but Xemsys at this point, I think, needs to spaghetti pretty hard. But if I'm Guard, honestly, I'm a lot more happy with my performance in this race, because it's on the basis of how close it is, A, and B, like, aside from a couple fairly big deaths, like, this has been pretty well routed and executed.
Yeah, I agree. Both of these runners performed very well here. The beginning was a pretty confusing mess of a seed, and they both managed to navigate it pretty dang well, and then once it turned into a jet at the end, they both executed quite cleanly. I think it really can't be understated how massive it was that Xemsys immediately went and found Bash after Guard did. Without that, I think Guard is running away with this right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's just credit to Xemsys' understanding of the randomizer logic, which, being one of the developers of it, you would assume that he has a pretty good understanding of it.
Yeah, I would
Uh,
imagine.
so like just being able to take that water vein, know that there's no vertical access, recognizing he had the Gumon seal and the Forlorn teleporter, no in logic verticality. Like I wouldn't have been surprised to see Xemsys do the dash ramps, but perhaps as we talked about off the top of the broadcast, with having that one lead in the series and being able to lose one race here and still have a third game that matters, Xemsys kind of played it a little bit more thoroughly, and that enabled him sort of like knowing the areas that he'd already checked to be able to get a bead on the logic and understand that Bash was probably somewhere to be able to gain access, especially with getting that stomp clue and knowing that that was left side access. Like, in a way, despite spending all that time on that forlorn escape, getting that stomp clue actually was pretty big from a knowledge standpoint for Zem, I think, to be able to understand where Bash was.
Yeah, and that really goes to show like just how deep the skill of playing this randomizer goes. The fact that like seeing where the stomp clue was helped him figure out where Bash is, because he knows the randomizer so well. That's so impressive. And Xemsys cleanly finishes the final escape. Just now has to hold right and will be taking the win in this. 2-0 so far. They will go ahead and play their third game, but Xemsys will be advancing in the winner's bracket, whereas Guard will be dropping down to face Tritonite next.
Yeah, and to my point about Guard's execution in this, between Feather and Horu, only 9 seconds was lost on Guard's side, which is pretty good. We were going up against a runner of Xemsys' caliber, like, absolutely amazing job by Guard. So, like you said, going to be facing Tritonite in the lower bracket, and then Xemsys will be going on to face Clean Fell. We do have our next match to do versus Jamal. That is a lower bracket match. Going to be happening Saturday, October the 2nd at 2 o'clock. And as Roos mentioned, we will have the third match here, which is going to be a showcase match since Xemsys has won the series 2-0. But they're still going to play the third one for funsies, and we'll see what kind of shenanigans they get up to. I think that we, as commentators, Roos, will have a bit of a say in what the runners are going to be playing next.
Oh, do we? That's interesting. So, Master Shards, right?
Master Shards World Tour 8.
Here we go.
So,
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, so I know Guard definitely is going to be intimidated to go up against Tritonite. Tritonite's the big scary player, but that said, I think Guard needs to definitely take away from this set that he's capable of hanging with the really good players. Like he played very, very well in the seed, and just some very, very small differences in this set, especially this game, could have been enough to get the win here. So
yeah, and in the first one, it was just like a bit of a brain fart. Like that's it. Otherwise, he probably, at the very least, it would have been a close race. If not, he may have won that first one.
Yeah. All right, so Guard also just holding right here will be coming in with like 55-ish, low 55. Good race out of these two. You can tell how much more like tangled up, especially the beginning of the seed was here, because Xemsys, even without Dash and Bash, got what, a 34 in that first seed, and then a 53 here with a better skill set. So that just shows how much more convoluted the logic can be when it really wants to troll you.
Yeah, definitely. Alright, so about another 40 seconds or so of Guard holding right, and we're going to be joined by Sunny Muffin on commentary for the next match. Do want to thank on the truck we had Lion Almanar and Infinite, as well as Griffs on the restream. Next, we're going to have Fox, Diamond, and Turtle doing the statistician work for us on our showcase match right here on SpeedGaming. We've already kind of done a little bit of the sort of post-game analysis, I suppose, as Xemsys and Guard were just wrapping this up. So Guard with the Naru hops. Yeah, I like
Not
it.
only Naru hops, but turnaround Naru hops.
Thank you, Guard. Finishing with an official time of 55:18. GG. But yeah, as I was saying, we've kind of already done the analysis. So I think what we will do is we'll give the runners about 10 or 12 minutes. And Roos, pleasure commentating with you, sir. I think this is the first time we've been on the mic
Likewise.
together. and it was a blast.
We had commentated once before earlier in this very tournament, believe it or not.
Did we? I don't.
Yes,
You
we
know
did.
what, man? It's been
You know,
going
you've
on
done
so
so
long.
many. You've done so many. I'm surprised you can remember any of them at all.
I got kind of in the position, you know, when you're playing like a few seeds in a row, you kind of have to like try and get rid of seed bleed and forget the one that you played before.
Yeah,
I feel like I'm doing that on commentary. I just okay, what matches have I done? All right. Well, thank you very much.
Always a pleasure. Thank you so much, and great commentary to you.
Yeah, same to you.
Good luck
Thank
with the
you.
third race.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll be back in about 10 or 12 minutes or so. Give the runners some time to decide what they're playing next and to have a little bit of a break. We'll see you then.
Hello, hello. Welcome back to the Ori Randomizer Tournament 2021. We're going to be bringing you a showcase match between Xemsys and Guard. Zem just defeated Guard 2-0 in the best of three, and this is going to be our ceremonious third match. Joining me on comms today is Shafe. Shafe, what did you think of those last two matches?
Pretty good, pretty good. Guard showed that he can keep up with some of the best in the tournament for sure. Got a little bit rounded in the first seed, but was fairly close in the second one. And honestly, if Xemsys did do a soul read there, basically, and on what the logic expected, could have been without Bash for one. Could have had Guard taking that one, and we could be playing an actual, 1-1 third match here. But as it stands, Guard is going to be facing Trite Knight down in the lower bracket. Xemsys is going to be moving on to face Cleanfell in the upper bracket. So we're going to be giving you a showcase match here. This one is going to be a fiesta of flag settings. We are going to be playing expert logic, so speedrunner tricks are going to be anticipated. Shards, so the dungeon keys are split up into 5 segments, and you need 3 to access the dungeons. Which could be very important because we are also playing World Tour, which relics are placed randomly throughout the world, so the runners do not have to visit all the 10 vanilla skill tree locations, aka they don't know exactly where they need to go, they just sort of have a general sense. Also playing Open World, which means Valley will be available a lot earlier, and then we're going to be very hungry this seed, Sunny Muffin, Wall Starved, Grenade Starved, and TP Starved.
Yeah, we are. This is going to be a fiesta of a seed, like you mentioned. Our two runners here just couldn't get enough Ori for the day. They decided they wanted to do their third match. As per tournament rules, they're allowed to if they both agree on it. And just look at that beautiful description. You can see so many flags active. This is going to be a great one.
Yeah, so on your left we have Xemsys, on your right we do have Guard, Desert, Unspoiled, Owl, so at least the Owl is clean. Maybe the seed won't be, we'll have to find out. First 2 seeds did have relatively early clean water. Another ability cell off the start, and we'll be going over to the energy cell. I actually did not pay attention to what areas were relicless there. Okay, Swamp Saru, Taro and Horu are going to be the relicless pickups for us.
Oh man, Guard taking a death to the Rhino. He took Hug the Rhino to a whole new level after taking a dip in the poison water there, and it did wind up killing him. This is a no pressure match, so not the biggest deal in the world. He's just going to be a little bit behind.
You know what? Rhinos need hugs too. That is the time loss that you are willing to take for sure, 100%. We are getting sign. A little bit actually, sort of. Well, I guess not surprised, but I was kind of hoping to see Xemsys go for a signless start, just because it is open world. It means a couple different things, that flag set. That means that the Glades door here, immediately to the runner's left, is already open, so they don't need keystones to go and get that, and even gets an attack like Charge Flame, which actually would not be useful if you went signless. So in a way, kind of a good thing that he did opt to not meme himself out of that. Does get 90 experience and a level up. Going to be doing fake flippers here. An expert, that is anticipated. Yes, ability cell. Decides to leave it for now, just because of the 90 experience, giving a nice level up there. So, yeah.
Yeah, this is going to play out pretty similarly to a regular seed, I guess. We're starting off with wall jump and charge flame, so very, very vanilla skill set to begin this one. Both of our runners did kind of agree, a gentleman's agreement, to get all of the trees anyway. So the trees are pickups, but with open world, you don't necessarily need them. You're just going to be digging for those relics. So every zone is going to have a relic except for Swamp, Sorrow, and Horu. Horu, which much to our runners probably they're probably pretty happy if they don't have to dig all the way through Horu, and that means we get to see every other zone in the game because they need to get those relics from there.
Yeah. So Xemsys is going to be having a little bit of an early lead here, also getting Sea Flame Tree. There is, by the way, a gentleman's agreement, if you will, that they will visit all 10 skill tree locations anyway, because why not? And chances are, like, fairly reasonable that they're going to have to visit, like, most of them, at least 7, so, like, doing an additional one or additional 3 or whatever is not going to be really all that big a deal. Jump grade picked up on Xemsys' side, as well as extra double jump you see there on the guard side on the Sea Flame Tree. So jump grade does increase the size of your base jump, and if you get double jump, of course, that's going to increase subsequent jumps. So the extra double jump not doing a whole lot just now, but always nice to have that little bit of extra height. So it's going to make doing this baby iceless trick coming up on Xemsys' side very free.
Yeah, it is interesting to mention that we are on the bonus light pool for all of the items. So we do get things like jump grades and skill velocity upgrades. In addition, we will have access to the Horu and the Ginso teleporters. With it being shards, they could potentially only find 2 of the shards plus that teleporter, and that'll turn it on and be able to access those areas.
Yeah, thank you, Sigma, for the 1 experience. We also have our first relic right here, which is practically unmissable. The unusually sharp spike as opposed to the normally sharp spike. This one is slightly more sharp than anticipated. Going to be going to the wall jump tree. Xemsys is spamming his movement bonuses toggle there, which is kind of just a nice quality of life thing that you can get in your randomizer. Does get stomp on the wall jump tree as well, so you can kill things even faster with stomp and charge flame. Did not go for the save anywhere blind movement to be able to get this energy cell. I believe the runners are actually chatting in the race time room right now. Sorry about that, bang. Which is why you see the brief pauses there. I'm going to actually open up the room and see if they are indeed. Oh, okay, yeah. So what Guard did not know is how to toggle off movement bonuses. So Xemsys was being helpful in the race time room.
Yeah, that is something that is very, very helpful. Some of the, like, you might think that all of these upgrades, like your jumps going higher and your skills moving faster, are always good things, but sometimes you want the ability to turn those off. It does make doing certain tricks a little bit more difficult, and it makes some things impossible, like the final escape grenade jump. If you have SVU and you have that on, you cannot complete that trick. This seed is generally progressing like a normal seed would. Our runners are doing glades and straight into BRB. Nothing really notable, even with this fiesta of a flag set. It looks like Zem is also giving some more advice here to Guard, potentially in the race time chat. They're hanging out. This is just a for fun speedrun match between 2 excellent runners of Ori. But yeah, Zem just kind of clearing out the BRB area, and Guard making his way down to the wall jump tree.
Yeah, with the I was about to say with open world and charge flame, they would have access to lower valley, but it turns out they don't actually have anything to be able to check that at the moment. Do not have glide wind to be able to float up. Actually, no, they do have stomp. If they get 4 HP, that will enable them to do a damage boost sequence with save anywhere or some such to be able to access that area. Okay, guards found his movement toggle. They were finally just kind of sorting that out there. That's good. Xemsys, you could see there was actually just kind of pausing, waiting for Guard to finally toggle that off, just to make sure that things are even and Xemsys isn't getting like a time advantage off of that. Very sportsmanlike. We can really do appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, in this obviously hyper competitive match, he wants to make sure that he doesn't gain any time advantage by being able to turn off his movement abilities while Guard doesn't know how to do that. But yeah, we're just kind of going through BRB. This is the auto scroller section of the game where we have to guide to this orb around. Again, just a very vanilla skill set at this point. At this point in the game, you're pretty much expected to have your wall jump and your charge flame. So both runners not really able to skip anything, just making their way through this area very normally, which is weird with a seed that has so many flags.
Yep. But with Stomp, that does open up some pickups in the lower black room as well. That they can do some shenanigans with. Could do a timed level up to access what's behind the two frog door, and etc. etc. But in the meantime, just kind of digging around for resources. Probably gonna look to get access to spirit caverns here if there's nothing left in Blackroot. Guard a little bit behind, of course. Trying to figure out what was going on with that movement toggle thing, and does get a second keystone. Could decide to continue in Blackroot, or could take this jump grade over towards Spirit Caverns, but as anticipated, is going to be heading over to Blackroot. You kind of like to get this area cleared out and grab the teleporter, just so things are a little bit comfier later on. Worth noting, Sunny, that you actually do have quite a few ability cells here in the early going. Sometimes does mean that you're going to get an early dash, which could spice up this seed pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. You really you want those power skills as early as possible, so you can make your way through the seed very quickly. They are potentially in for like a logic puzzle here, though, trying to find enough keystones to make their way through Spirit Caverns. I anticipate that they will both wind up doing the Spirit Caverns key dupe, which is non-trivial, just to make sure that if they do have anything that's hidden behind the logic, that they don't have to be digging completely thoroughly for every single check that they have in logic right now.
Yeah. So far nothing here in Blackroot actually, other than some additional resources. Gonna see Xemsys set up a save anywhere here. Off of this rekindle skip to glitch the door, so he doesn't have to worry about trying to run through it without dash, which is the intended way to get here. This is expected to know this in logic. And we'll go through the Boulder Escape here, Indiana Jones as it were, getting 83 experience. Let's see if anywhere wants to go grab this teleporter. Doing his best serious impression, trying to jump through the wall there without having to use the save, but does take a death. Place to save anyway afterwards, so you can continue onwards with the hitbox despawned, so the Frankie does not survive. Reminder, we are doing expert bonus light shards, open world, and everything that could be starved is starved.
Yeah,
World's
looks like
ready.
Zen
Yeah.
is going to be using his stomp to make his way into Kumo Hideout, which with this skill set is pretty non-trivial and pretty trivial, and then they can just make their way, and that's probably the densest area they have access to at this point. Zen is a little bit in the lead here, but Guard is not terribly far behind.
Yeah, and Mapstone for the troubles as well. With the jump grade, you can actually get back and keep that. Without it, you would not be able to. So Xemsys is going to keep it. Has a Mapstone altered right there that he can utilize conveniently on the way into Grotto, which is always a nice place to go with a whole bunch of checks that you can do when you have both wall interaction and blue breakage. And here we go. I'm going to see Xemsys continue onwards into Grotto. Will be interesting to see whether or not Guard decides to take the same route for the same reasons, or perhaps go down towards the grenade area. Plenty of ability cells to do the laser skip if he wants to. Might not want to without having grenade, but entirely possible. This jump here with jump grades, I think the first one onto that wall is doable, but not to actually get to the XP. So yeah, he's going to continue on into Lower Grotto Vault as anticipated, doing the patented rock slide, I'm sure.
Yeah, he did skip the plants in the upper grotto area. Maybe he potentially forgot that he has charge flame. sometimes, sometimes playing through Ori when you're actually playing, you forget you have skills.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things in the randomizer that is tough to do, particularly when you're playing 3 seeds in a row. They kind of tend to bleed together, and you forget what you have, which is why we have trackers, which the runners may or may not have open on their screens, depending. Who knows? But forgetting things that you have, nobody has ever done that before in a race, ever.
Yeah, so we see Zen kind of fighting with Grotto logic here. Grotto logic is impossible even when it's on normal logic, but with expert logic, it makes things a little bit more difficult to figure out where the game actually wants you to go. Quite a lot of this area is actually open to him right now, so he should be able to clear out basically every pickup here that isn't verticality locked. And it looks like Guard is going to be making pretty much the same set of plays. Oh no, he's not going to stop the peg. So Guard is going to be heading over into Spirit Caverns. So we'll get to see some more pickups on his side.
I like having this route divergence as a viewer. We're seeing Xemsys, still forgetting he has Charge Flame. Does get sniped by the spider and sent back to the Blackroot teleporter. Ooh, that is painful. Even if this is not like a race with anything on the line, that still like super sucks. So yeah, Guard's gonna be heading over towards the Mapstone here first to turn Mapstone in over in Glades. I like this because this is one of the longest map alters to get back to, especially if you don't have dash. Does get the ability cell out of it, as we saw Mapstone progression being sequential. And Zems is gonna go back for Rock Slide again, and places the save this time, has energy to do so, and is going to do the rekindle after setting this up just to make sure that everything is as fast as possible to retry if things indeed need to be retried, which they don't, because he gets it first try. Very well done by Zem.
Yeah, Zen is just flexing at this point. That is not an easy trick, and he has been incredibly consistent at it. It's always awesome to see the top end runners of Ori and how good they are at some of these tricks. So we're getting to see the lower grotto vault here, as well as spirit caverns, two reasonably dense areas. So hopefully the runners are going to find some progression here. Otherwise, we're going to be digging. Oh, and there is clean water for Zen. So that is going to open up a good handful of checks as well. And nothing of note in spirit caverns, it looks like.
Yeah, this is 3 seeds in a row that they've had clean water before even leaving the grotto area. I'm torn between jealous and glad that the seed gen has taken these away from me, because I really don't like doing swamp swims. In the meantime, Xemsys appears that he may have also forgotten he has Stomp, because Stomp breaks that floor, because that floor is made of glass, if not paper. So he has clean water, and he has wall jump, but he may not know that he has Stomp or Charge Flame yet, which is definitely a relatable moment. Guard's going to be heading towards the Sea Flame tree. Not going to see really a tree advantage here too much, because Guard has not done double jump tree. So when Xemsys gets there and Guard gets to the Sea Flame tree, they'll be equal on that front. Just a matter of Guard going down a lower grotto, which I imagine he eventually will. And we do have, if you missed it in the second broadcast, a gentleman's agreement to always do grotto mini boss, no matter what. So we're getting grotto mini boss.
I like that gentleman's agreement. I think that should just be a rule of rando. The grotto mini boss is absolutely terrible. You never want to get randoed by it. And if both people are doing it, you can't get randoed by it. But yeah, both of our runners just making checks here. Obviously, we are playing on the World Tour goal mode, so getting these checks out of the way for Guard is something that he's going to wind up doing regardless. So I like this play. Valley does hold one of those relics, and same thing with Zen, just being thorough in Grotto. They haven't found the Grotto relic yet, so it could be on any of these. So just making sure that you don't pass anything by, and he's able to pretty much full clear this area, that anything that's not verticality locked. So just by leaving only a handful of checks, his re-clear should be pretty quick, assuming he doesn't find the relic here soon.
Yeah, and does also know various tricks, such as the Frankie Stomp lure here, which I believe Xemsys is going to showcase for us. Yep, taking the damage boost, and then stomping off of the Frankie to come up here. I believe with one jump grade, you might be able to get the jump over the left. I'm not 100% certain on that, but either way, I get to see another neat little bit of tech, so I don't really care either way. It was we got to see some awesome Frankie Stomp action. Another opportunity for another Frankie Stomp towards double jump tree. Guard did actually already do Sea Flame Tree, my bad, but is going to be coming up through Spider Sack actually, and heading over to the right side from there. Going to get a few checks in here. Was not going to be able to get Progression Vault unless he has Ultra Magnet or gets very lucky with Crystal RNG on regular Magnet, but other than that, he can check a lot of stuff that's in this area.
Yeah, both runners just making the play for some dense areas. Both of these are areas they do need to eventually go to. So really, it's in rando. As long as you are doing something that is productive, which is getting towards your goal mode, you are generally in pretty good shape. We are fairly skill starved here at this point, though, which is a little bit awkward. They're going to be having to pass up a good handful of checks. Basically, anything that's verticality locked. We are on the grenade starved flag as well, and there are several grenade pickups in this area, so we're not going to be able to see those. Hopefully our relic for this area is not going to be on those, and they won't have to re-clear. But yeah, guard just making his way through the spider sack area pretty quickly. Nothing too major.
I don't think Zem has done long flippers, so also forgetting he has clean water. Guard may opt to do Death Gauntlet Roof here. Does get sniped by the spider, but his save was relatively close, so he's not going to lose a whole bunch of time there. But yeah, Death Gauntlet Roof with Stomp is in Logic, and presumably 4 energy is somewhere on the map to put clean water into Logic down in the Grotto Vault as well, so regardless of how you cut it, definitely Death Gauntlet Roof could be hiding things if the seed wants to be particularly rude. Could be looking for a teleporter or a 6 damage swim, perhaps, to Buttercell once they get a little bit more HP. But yeah, like you were talking about there, Sonny, we aren't seeing a whole lot in the way of progression. So we're kind of just hunting for something that's going to allow us to get more pickups quicker. And I like this from Card, actually, with the jump grade trying to do Iceless here. I have no idea how you time this. And he does get it, actually. Very nicely done from Guard, assisted with the jump grade. Gets an ability cell, forgets he's on 3 HP and dies. Is he going to go back for it? No, he isn't. Okay. But still, good to see the jump grade Iceless from Guard.
Yeah, and also when you factor in that clean water, we got Buttercell in Logic, we got the Valley Short Swim in Logic, we got lots of different things that could be popping up. So really, progression could be pretty much anywhere on this right-hand side. It's going to be really, really difficult for these runners to kind of make that read. And this is like the worst kind of seed to play, where you're on low skills, you're passing up a bunch of checks, you're just trying to find that next skill. Zen making the play down here into lower BRB. I do like this. There's some stuff that you can get checked down here, and hopefully it'll be one of those skills that we are looking for.
Yeah, Guard, in the meantime, does have the Relic advantage, and we are playing on the Relics for the goal mode. Does get 4 HP. Xemsys has 5 HP, so those 6 damage boost checks, which are in Expert, are very close to coming completely into Logic. Respawn Invulnerability being utilized here by Zem. To be able to go and get across those spikes. Dude, this chick gets a Mapstone for the troubles. Could be Mapstone-based progression at some point. Yep, indeed could be. It is worth mentioning as well that the movement bonuses that you see the runners have with the jump grades and etc. Are never applied for Logic, so they would not expect you to be able to say if you had 2 jump grades, make the jump that Guard was trying to do there without pushing this rock. Just as an example, of course, having the rock there means that it's in Logic anyway without jump grades, but you get my drift. It's not factoring in the bonus pickups as far as Logic is concerned.
Yeah, I think Guard is making a really good read here because the seed gen is usually pretty rude, and there's no relic in Swamp, so he's going to be doing all the Swamp checks because that is probably where it put progression, the area that you don't want to go.
I like your thinking, Sunny Muffin. The seed is going to put things where objectives aren't.
Yeah, so we'll see if this pays off for him. Zen, meanwhile, just clearing out the rest of Glades. I guess he's just dancing around, trying to find some pickups. Hopefully that we don't have anything too rude. He is on 3 energy, so we might potentially see some 4 energy checks here coming into play if we get one more energy cell. Meanwhile, Guard on the right-hand side doing this upper swamp food. Hopefully there's something here because this seed is getting really, really sparse on checks.
Yeah, 3rd energy for Xemsys. We're kind of starting to get to the territory where 4 energy for clean water is starting to look more likely. Like if 6 HP comes into play, clean water kind of doesn't really matter for a lot of the pickups that are available here on the right side, with the exception of like the long swim and swamp, because most of those can be reached with 6 HP and stomp anyway. But if it is deeper into swamp, say with the charge flame redirect entry, then definitely could have something in the swamps, at which point clean water becomes very important. Broken Toru teleporter for Guard out of this warp that was underwater in the swamp area. Very low on HP, actually has to do a save anywhere there to be able to cross the gap comfortably anyway, and does get rewarded for it with a Guon Seal shard. So very nice. Also having that horror teleporter actually I do want to bring attention to the fact that the relic that was found in Grove for Guard was the Horror Field's health cell. And if, for whatever reason, Xemsys ends up finding the Horror Teleporter and taking it to go to Mount Horror instead of, going there the intended way through Horror Fields, might just be a little bit slower on getting that Horror Fields HC pickup, but I imagine it won't take too long. Stomping the peg down, doing the swamp swim check, the valley swim check here, rather that you pointed out earlier, Sunny. Just a keystone for Xemsys.
Yeah, again, we are just really, really dry on checks at this point.
No peg to stomp, sorry, open world. Continue.
Yeah, there's not much going on here for these runners. I know that.
More energy, there it is.
Oh, there we go. So progression vault, anybody? We already know what's in Grotto Vault. Maybe Glazer with. You could check Glazer with the jump grade, but that's not in logic.
But I believe an augmented damage boost like that over to Forlorn Approach might be. And Xemsys is taking advantage of it. Either way, in logic or not, definitely has the capacity to do it. And if, say, progression is double jump, then this totally is in logic. And gets rewarded with comfy earmuffs in Valley. So, unfortunately, it does mean that Xemsys will not be able to hear the dulcet sounds of Wilhelm screaming anymore. Just kidding, it'll still play. But I'm kind of thinking, Sonny, with that 4 energy putting clean water into logic in the Grotto Vault, that it might very well be a Sea Flame redirect access into Swamp Swim here.
Yeah, that or Death Gauntlet Roof. There's only really a handful of checks left, and it looks like Zem is going to wind up doing all the checks that Guard did over here. Guard on the teleporter, Zem actually just went here the vanilla way, so they're going to be on parity when it comes to this Horu teleporter and Gumon Seal Shard over here. And Guard making his way over into Death Gauntlet, so we'll see if he finds anything over here. I'm kind of at a loss of where they could potentially be finding their next skill.
We are doing. I don't think we've seen Death Gauntlet from either runner yet, actually, which is interesting. Sorrow TP for Guard off of the Sea Flame, which, given that Xemsys seems to have forgotten that he has Sea Flame entirely, that actually could be fairly big for Guard, because now he has Sorrow access with Stomp. Pretty much just needs Glide and then some shenanigans to be able to get access into a lot of Sorrow. By the way, another relic was found on the Moving Grotto laser plant for Guard, which was, again, Sea Flame locked. Which Xemsys should remember soon, I hope, question mark? Oh, he's so close, like, he's spamming sign and it's charging, and then, like, he doesn't... Xemsys, please, remember you have a skill.
Just hold that left click for just a second more, please. We want to see him get that blue breakage. Yeah, so right now Guard has the advantage in the relic hunt for right now. He was able to pick up the Grotto relic, and then Zen picked up the Valley relic. Fortunately, the Valley relic wasn't anywhere awful, like lax or something. That's always one that is usually in the back of my brain when I'm playing a World Tour seed, because C-Gem can just put things in awful, awful places.
Yeah, or like super late grenade into Valley Long Swim or something like that, right? But yeah, it's increasingly looking like the play here as far as density goes is doing a Sea Flame redirect into Stomp with the clean water pickup that Guard's going to get here relatively short order. He's going to be dipping down into lower left Grotto. Does have a mega energy. If he preserves enough of that, he'll just be able to open the door without having to do Rock Slide, but has shown already in this series that is capable of doing Rock Slide, so I imagine he'll go and get it no matter what. And in the meantime, both runners kind of doing some of the same checks here now. Xemsys is looking for that progression, which he has, but is not using.
Yeah, we're gonna get to see these plants. That's always good. See what Zen decided to skip over here.
Xemsys missed the water vein shard. Oh my god.
Oh, Guard has logical 4 energy, so he's going to be able to do this clean water. Also trying that jump grade trick. You can get up to this first one. That second one, I don't believe is possible.
If it's possible, it's like stupid tight, like master level tight, and I wouldn't even be trying for it honestly. But guard is, maybe it is. He got the angle, that's for sure. He just didn't press back to the right in time. Does give it a few more tries, but yeah, I do think with jump grade that actually is doable. Wow, nice little showcase there from guard.
Definitely not what the seed is intending with only map
Nope.
expert logic.
But as
We get to see
speedrunners,
this
we don't
comfy,
care if we can do it.
yeah, for sure. We get to see this comfy rock push, so guard doesn't have to do the rock slide. I know he was pretty confident with that in the races, but now he gets to do the nice, easy way to go get his clean water down here. Looking at shards, both of our runners are on shard parity right now, so potentially that we might see them start going down the purple tree to find sense. I know I like doing that in shard seeds. Ooh, and he doesn't. Guard does remember that he has sea flame, so able to open up the grotto vault using that.
Yep. Xemsys walking right past the Moon Grotto laser, not breaking it, which has a relic, which is required to finish the seed. Sam, please. Please remember you have a skill. Oh, I'm half tempted, like, because this race isn't like on with anything on the line anymore, the series is decided, I'm half tempted to go into race time and remind Sam that he has it. Poor guy. Like, the only way he's gonna know is either he has a tracker, or B, when he does a menu skip of some kind, he sees it. Like right there, it showed up on his menu. 2 water vein shards, by the way, for guard.
Please, please remember you have blue breakage. Your revisits are going to be so much more painful when you have to go back and break all the plans.
Like, unless Zem is just like, I don't even know. The thing is, yeah, he can, with clean water, he can actually get into Stomp anyway, because technically speaking, the top side of the breakable blue wall at drain access is the right side of a Stomp wall. So, like, you can do a Stomp redirect off a Spider Shot projectile to break the initial floor and then stomp the blue wall and go into your Stomp tree.
That sounds decidedly not fun.
It's not fun, but he can sure do it. And he might.
I mean, he could just stop redirect there and
Yeah.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, looks like guard is going to be cleaning out grotto here. Again, gentleman's agreement to kill the mini boss, so we always get
Yeah.
to see more violence here.
Mm-hmm. I don't even remember what was on here anymore. I have watched a race, and I am now commentating too. So, like, my ability to remember pickups is certainly worse than, if not, like, on par with the runners. It was an energy cell. Okay, yeah, so there's your logical 4th energy for clean water. Is Xemsys? Okay, no, not yet anyway. I thought he was gonna do the Igor lure for Butter Cell. It's like, he's been using Stomp, so we know he's remembered that. If not Sea Flame, but I was like, that would have been the biggest of memes to go ahead and break that with Igor when you have Stomp and you have shown that you have it. Does get his 3rd rock, so that's not going to be a concern.
Yeah, that'd have been hilarious to see him bring the Frankie all the way over and stomp that. Yeah, surprised that he hasn't checked Butter Cell here yet. Maybe he is
The 6 health, he probably will now.
He doesn't need 6 health. He has clean water.
Oh yeah, that's right. That is right. Remembering things, turns out it's difficult, no matter what position you are, whether you're running or commentating. Yep,
there he
could be
is.
stopping the ping.
He
Yeah.
also showed that iceless jump grade first try, making short work of that.
Very nicely done. Ability cell for guard here off of energy cell, very close to a level up as well. Interesting to see whether or not the runners will push for sense in a seed like this, which has been relatively starved on skills. We've had the Stomp and Sea Flame and wall jump here now for most of this 32 minutes, and we have not found further progression. We have found a couple shards and a couple relics, and that's about it. Map stones, possibly. I think Guard might have access to one more mapstone than Xemsys, just because Xemsys has forgotten that he has Sea Flame, and there was one mapstone at the Grotto Vault plant, for sure.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really interesting. Them not remembering he has Charge Flame is potentially going to be locked out of Blue Breakage for a long time. This is notably a grenade starved seed, so potentially the logic might have put grenade very, very deep into one of the really awful locations and hidden it from the runners. And then we don't know where Dash is. It can literally be anywhere. So not having Blue Breakage is really going to start hurting him more and more, especially like going down into this Death Gauntlet area without knowing that he can break this plant.
A warp
And
to the Tumbleweed Keystone Door. That's Top of Sorrow, I think?
yeah, that's actually a really good warp. That should give him a good handful of checks here. Let's see what we got.
Oh my god, Dash for Guard. I missed where that was. I was looking at Xemsys.
All right, so Guard now can actually go do some things. That's always fun to do in an Ori seed. Meanwhile, Zem having to do this terrible Dorito fall, trying to do some checks that are obviously out of logic. These teleporters that are in the bonus light pool are never in logic, so Zem just kind of making sure to check those and still forgetting he has Charge Flame. You hate to see it.
So... Sorry, Dash, Zem. So he walked right past Long Flippers, shortly after getting Clean Water in Grotto Vault, and Long Flippers is where Dash was. So, Grenade Tree and everything down here, pretty much, that is not grenade locked, is now in logic. So Zem has like access to early blue break in two ways with both Sea Flame and Charge Dash, and in expert logic, Charge Dashing is considered logical blue break. So that's two methods of blue break that Xemsys has access to. One of which he's not using, and the other which he does not yet have and has forgotten is a pickup that he can go and acquire. So Xemsys doing a lot of shenanigans. Rocket jumps, by the way, also in logic, as the Torn Friendship bracelet is found here in Lower Blackroot by Guard, putting him +1 on the relic front, now having 4 out of the 8 that are on the map. Don't have one in Sorrow, or Swamp, or Mount Horu. So with this being open world, basically Guard just kind of needs left side. It is open world. Yeah, so he can get in through Lower Valley and then do a rocket jump off the birds to gain access to Kuro's Feather and etc. And like he can start doing the forest trees equivalent of lumberjacking, which we call archaeologist mode, something like that, for World Tour. And yeah, maybe get a consolation win off of Xemsys here.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like awful locations that these relics can be hidden. So there might be potentially the grenade plant. The grenade at Check and Misty could be really bad, and the Forlorn Escape could be really bad. Other than that, like Guard pretty much has the skills to check everything. So we'll be seeing if he just starts to go into our archaeologist mode and start digging for those relics. He definitely has the skills that he needs. Might potentially need glide, might potentially need grenade. It's just going to kind of depend where those relics are buried.
Yeah, the pretty much other than that, like the only thing for Guard that's kind of a concern here is the final escape. Is not really doable at the moment. The skill set does need some sort of verticality, and we are going to be seeing the blue break stomp wall thing here from Xemsys, which I talked about a few minutes ago. Basically stomping into this water in a specific position such that the wall thinks that you are stomping it from the right-hand side, and that allows you to break blue walls from the right side. And it is possible to break that underwater wall through this method, and Xemsys is going for it. It looks like his save is slightly out of position. Guard's obviously going to have an easier time of it with a Sea Flame redirect, and also having Sea Flame itself to break the wall. Just a matter of actually getting that break, and then he'll gain access to this swamp area and the swim with clean water, A fair amount of pickups that you can check there. Sorrow TP, I believe Guard has as well. Just needs a better way, really, of getting out through Sorrow, and he's got everything that he needs to do pretty much. A lot of left side of, not all of left side, but a lot of it for sure.
Yeah, this is both runners trying to get access into Swamp here. Unfortunately, Swamp doesn't have a relic, so they're just doing the tree for their gentleman's agreement. If they were playing this normally, they would not even have to go to this location. But yeah, looks like both of them are doing pretty difficult tricks to try to get into here. Guard having to do a redirect to break this ceiling, and Zem forgetting that he has C-Flame, and having to do, oh, there he gets it, that awful, awful stomp on that right side blue wall, and does wind up getting into Swamp here. So he opens up some more checks. Potentially, we can see some progression for him. Maybe we can get Grenade. That would be great.
Very nicely done. Yeah, Zem, to echo the words of Cleanfell, if only there was another way to break that floor. But Guard coming very close to this stomp redirect here. This is actually fairly difficult without, oh my god, he gets his only other form of blue break is Grenade, which he accessed via not using blue break.
You love to see it. That is fantastic. Absolute redemption from Zen. Now he can go clear all those blue plants he's been skipping. He has Stomp, so he can get the relic that is for Grotto. He can basically catch up at this point. Hopefully he remembers that he didn't check long flippers and gets dash via there, and we'll be back at parity. Meanwhile, Guard still messing around with this spider shot redirect. Without verticality, this is actually really, really tight. You basically have to bait the spider shot at the peak of your jump in order for it to get all the way over here and allow it to be redirected.
Yeah, he's just stomping a little too early there. That's the only thing that's preventing him from getting this trick. But he's been very close a number of times. Oh, reloaded. I thought he was reloading his save to get that frog back, so that he could use the frog instead, right? Because if you stomp the frog from the left side when it's at the farthest range of its tether, facing toward like your right as Ori, you will actually knock it off of its tether and then be able to get it into a position where you can make your second stomp redirect if you want. Does bail on the trick for now, which in a way is unfortunate, because it means that he's going to miss out on a grenade, but Xemsys did not go further into Stomp, in part because he hasn't checked long flippers or, in fact, remembered he has skills. Which I hate to harp on, but it's actually kind of a big point right now. So if something is grenade locked for Zem, like this is pretty good. But because dash is in logic fairly early, and that is a pretty good form of verticality in a lot of instances, entirely possible that intended progression is gated behind that rocket jump.
He realizes it. He sees it.
He's got it.
Sees that charge flame the entire time.
And he decides to pause, and I'm sure have a good laugh at himself.
He's like, huh, I wonder how that wall is broken. That's weird.
Maybe I was supposed to have something.
Oh, that's just fantastic. Yeah, so there we go. Blue breakage for the entirety of the 40 minutes of this scene. But yeah, so we're moving on. There was that one Sunstone shard on the swing set check that Zen did, so that was grenade locked. Looks like Guard, they're going to be pretty close to. They're going to be having a little bit of trouble, maybe potentially getting their Sunstone. Zem only being one shard away. Guard has 2 Water Vein shards to Zem's 1. So
3 Water Vein shards. And that is an in-logic rocket jump, too.
Yeah, he's immediately alt-Ring and going to Ginso. Very dense area. I love this right now. Like, he's absolutely making that play. And there's the Horu teleporter for Zem. So he's going to be 1 shard away from getting access to Horu.
I do. No, he has access. Yeah, it activated, I think. But I just wanted to mention that for the purposes of logic, the dungeons are not considered open until all 5 shards are in logic. So maybe there's further shards on the left side, but like as runners, we don't care. If a place is accessible, we're gonna go to it. But yeah, just a point of housekeeping. VLS, by the way, from Zem, which we did not see in the previous 2 races. So thank you for doing this, Zem. You have now joined Team Hugs, I guess, for actually going ahead and doing this. Stomp makes this way to get under fairly easy by comparison. You get a lot of speed going into the water, and does get another Sunstone shard for it actually, which. Yeah, that is totally on logic. So Horu could have progression. Indeed.
Yeah, and we are seeing some beautiful charge dash ramps from Guard, making his way up Ginso without any verticality. I don't believe that this is in logic. I'm pretty sure charge dash ramps aren't, but yeah, he's going to be able to make his way up to Ginso and check this very, very dense area. Hopefully find some more skills.
Oh my god, Forlorn TP from Xemsys via the Horu TP. Oh, this seed is just going to keep on giving. Unfortunate death there from Guard, but then shows us that it doesn't matter, apparently, because he just goes ahead and gets his charge dash ramp again first try. Very, very impressive stuff from Guard. I cannot stress enough how difficult that charge dash ramp is. It is master logic, by the way, not expert logic for that informational purposes. Takes a couple hits and drops down. Okay, he's on the one where it doesn't matter for charge dash ramping, so that's good. Xemsys does not have charge dash or charge dash ramps, consequentially to that. Therefore, it will not be able to go into Ginso in or out of logic for the time being. Guard does recollect climb, remembering to do that. Very nicely done. And Xemsys is going to be doing some checks that we have not seen from Guard, probably, if he continues heading left towards Spider Sack, because Guard does not have Grenade, which is in Swamp, which is in Logic via Charge Flame Redirects.
Yeah, we're just seeing some cleanup here from them. He's cleaning out those plants that he missed earlier. Come on, Zem, see it. Okay, cool. He's going to be getting a relic here. We're on relic parity. Both of them are sitting at 4. There is a relic in Ginso, so Guard will likely be picking up our next relic as long as he makes his way through this area. I wanted to do the puzzle here instead of doing charge dash redirect. But yeah, they're both playing pretty well at this point now that they have some skills and are able to make their way through the map.
All right, so taking a look at the relics, I believe we are 3-4 in favor of Guard at the moment. So as far as the goal mode goes, we are approaching parity on that front. As Guard continues to move his way through Ginso, Xemsys doing the things that he could have done approximately 20 minutes ago. If he remembered that he had Sea Flame, does get his second Water Vein shard. 4 versus 4 apparently. Yeah, I do believe that sounds correct. Just trying to think with open world. Yeah, Guard can definitely get the one in Valley, which he does not have yet. But other than that, I think the Blackroot one is either like Dash Plant or Grenade locked at this point.
I think we already saw the Blackroot one.
Did we?
Guard already has it.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, so the worst thing we could see right now would be Forlorn Escape locked. I think everything else they should have logical access to.
They can get access to the Forlorn Escape, and nothing's on the plant besides the clue at the end of it, so should not be a big deal. Oh, I like this from Guard. This is an impossible pickup to remember that in Expert Logic that you can get this with rocket jumps, because you just want to go to like incredibly dense areas, and that's a pickup that normally you just go with charge jump in most standard seeds, or if you have Bashnate or something. Remembering that you can do that with just rocket jumps, very heads up play from Guard. Does get rewarded with Energy Leech, which is very good when you have dash and C dashes, because it will help refund some of the energy that you're expending in conjunction with Stomp cancels, which also refund your energy. Basically means that you can charge dash to your heart's content. either via canceling them with stomps or just hitting enemies with it. And we're going to see some cleanup here in Grotto from Guard. Still a little bit hesitant, perhaps, on doing that redirect into Swamp. Does get a second Gumon Seal Shard. Will... Actually, he's behind on Sunstone Shards, just looking at the trackers right now. Xemsys does have 3 to Guard's 0. And that is fairly important because they do have to go to Forlorn for a relic at some point. And we do know that the Forlorn teleporter is in Horu behind that teleporter. So advantage Zem on that front, I would say.
Yeah, I think if Zen decides that he remembers long flippers, he might just be right back into this. But at this point, I think Guard is definitely in a pretty commanding lead. He's done quite a few more checks. He remembered his blue breakage and then just nails that redirect after messing around with it for a good while. That has to feel good.
You know, sometimes that is all you need to be able to do a trick, is just go away from it for a while. So you get it out of your head, and then you go back to it, and you get it first try, just like Guard did. And we did not see the swim here from Xemsys, by the way. He just got Grenade and then basically noped out. So yeah, we're going to see 4 additional checks here from Guard, and workers are coming outside my window. I will be right back as I close it.
Yeah, so we are going to be seeing a good handful of pickups from Guard that we didn't see earlier from Zen. All of these in Logic, Clean Water, and that redirect. So hopefully we can see something here. He will probably be picking up his grenade pickup, which we know is in that stomp check up at the upper end of this. Maybe we see a charge jump and we get our grenade jumps. Maybe we see a bash down here. Hopefully we see something that will get these runners progression, because at this point it's starting to dry up. If I was in Zem's shoes, I would be wondering where in the heck is progression.
Well, I checked on the crane that is outside my window, and progression is not there. So I can tell you for sure that it is still in Nibel. Is it here in the swim? It looks like the answer is no. With Rocket Jump, Scar does have access to the Stomp Tree, which they do need to go towards for the sheer basis of the Gentleman's Agreement. Does get Grenade as well, right here, as we saw on Xemsys' side, so we'll be able to do the Grenade check here. There is also an extremely obnoxious Plando discovered double Grenade throw redirect with this Mortar Shark here, which Guard is like 100% not going for, but I do imagine he'll go for the Grenade pickup. Does get all of the Gumon Seal Shards that he needs to access. Forlorn, and as well with Stomp and Dash and Open World, can go there the intended way. So the Forlorn TP, perhaps not as big a deal for Guard. In addition, going the intended way towards Forlorn will actually also get him the Valley Relic over at the Mapstone. So it could actually end up being pretty good for Guard. Does get a second jump grade, which is actually pretty nice as well.
Yeah, that's really big. That's going to be some pseudo verticality in a seed where they are very verticality starved. But yeah, he now has access to go down to Forlorn because we are in an open world. He can just go to the left-hand side and really easily make his way down to Forlorn. I'm kind of surprised he's not just beelining that. There is a relic in there, and we'll eventually have to go there and get it. And it's also a fairly dense pickup area, so we'll see what our runners decide to do. Zen making his way back through Grove, and looks like he's heading into Swamp. Meanwhile, Guard is also heading into Swamp, and looks like he's going to be checking out the lower Swamp.
Yeah, having 1 jump upgrade is kind of like nice. Having 2, you can really see how powerful it can end up being. There's going to be a lot of things that Guard can do now that would normally require him to have double jump. That just being able to get that extra height off of the base jump is actually enough for him to be able to do things like this ability cell check, for example, which you can also do just by getting, and I think we're going to see that actually from Guard, is going to break these mortar blocks the intended way, and then just rocket jump off of this 3rd mortar shark here, or perhaps the 4th if he decides. Oh, accidentally double tapped the charge dash key, and meteor kicked right back down. Does get an extra health cell, which is nice and comfy to have. And I do believe, yeah, he's going to take the Forlorn entrance, actually. That is impressive, mentally speaking, to remember that warp location and then just be like, I'm going here. This does mean that he's going to miss out on the Valley Relic for the time being, but, like, huge big brain from guard to route that in.
Yeah, that's insane. That was like almost half an hour ago when he did that for those forlorn checks outside of forlorn. But yeah, he was going to save quite a bit of time not having to go down through valley, and he will eventually go down that way and get that relic. He's going to have to. Meanwhile, Zen on his side is just probably just trying to figure out where to go because at this point, without dash, there's not a ton.
Oh, that's actually a painful death from guard. Like, it's not far, but you have to watch this orb for like 10 seconds. And those spikes down below are instant kill. So it loses more time than you would probably think. But it does activate the orb. Is going to orb please. Pick it up and then drop it, and then it'll probably come to you. Yes, there we go. All right, so now the orb is going in. He's going to use this to check this pickup, and can basically full clear Forlorn, actually. Has Stomp, has numerous jump grades, and everything here can actually be picked up except for the hidden XP next to the spider with, like, nothing. 0 skills. But you have Charge Dash, which means you have Rocket Jump, so you can get that pickup too. So guard in a really good position here for a full clear of Forlorn and to get a relic lead.
Yeah, and it looks like Zen heading down into Gumo's hideout here. Not sure what he's looking for. Oh, checking the map stones. That's pretty smart. Now he's going to be on mapstone parity, and there's nothing on there that we know. But yeah, he's running out of checks here. Like we know that it's on long flippers to get that dash, and he's just avoiding it as much as possible.
Yeah, and that's kind of one of the sort of wrinkles that gets thrown in with expert logic. Like in standard, missing dash doesn't matter as much. Like there's definitely some pickups that it opens up, you know, specifically lower black group, but in terms of like verticality, it's not expected in standard logic, right? But in expert, rocket jumps are expected verticality. So there's a lot of things that dash enables you to check as far as the logic is concerned that Xemsys is going to be missing out on, including the relic, which is right above there, now that I remember that. Turns out going to look at a crane helped me remember where the Blackroot relic was, and it was that ability cell. We do get the grenade throw check here from Xemsys. I cannot recall if guard checked this on a revisit or not. But in the meantime, guard.
Grenade here.
Woo, oh, mapstone. That actually could be very interesting. Emphasis on could be. We will not know for sure. Guard remembering to check that keystone there. I like that. 243 experience, perhaps indicative of late game logic. But
we're gonna see Lost Grove.
Ooh, yeah, clean water. This is actually a pretty good play from Xemsys. It is a little rough to go this direction though. Like, yeah, you get that one pickup that's, like, super out of the way, but you don't really have a way to get up to the hidden XP and ability cell. So...
It's gonna be Bash.
If it's Bash, that would be A, ridiculous, and B, very impactful for the state of the race.
Yeah, and meanwhile, guard just kind of full clearing out for Lauren, still isn't down the relic, so just kind of bouncing around, doing the orb puzzles, kind of the casual way through, and Zen is doing the check. He's doing Lost Grove Long Swim.
Will it pay off? That is the question. So far, nothing really aside from resources here in Forlorn. We do know that the relic is not going to be on the right side, because there it is. Skill velocity upgrade for Xemsys. Guard is just going to bypass this keystone door via charge dashing into the cutscene, which is useful in that it will remain available to him as a key dupe location later if he so desires, and that is very heads up from Guard. Xemsys continuing to rando himself by avoiding dash at long flippers. In the meantime, Guard possibly thinking that verticality progression is here. Over in Forlorn, so is going to probably finish off these series of checks. May end up going for Wind Restored first, and if it's nothing, just save scumming it. What I like to do personally is I like to stomp this peg, and then you can actually place a save just to the right of it. And then I go up and I check the 2 pickups over to the right, the health cell and the plant, and then if that's nothing, I go to Wind Restored. It's just because it's a little easier to get out from the right side rather than altaring and having to come all the way back to go check wind restored. Or rather the right side pickups if you check wind restored first.
Yeah, I think my biggest surprise of this seed is to see that they both kind of went blue tree. The hate for purple tree is real, and neither of them decided to make that sense play, which in a shard seed that is pretty skill starved, I think is probably like the main time that you want sense. You could probably get charge jump and then be just fine.
So I think what happened here, I'm just gonna totally meme on this, is that I think Guard said, I did jump grade Iceless Zem. Who do you think you are? And then Zem was like, fine, I'll do jump grade Iceless. So we've seen it on both sides now. Sorrow, I like this from Guard. No relic here, but you can go and get your Gentleman's Agreement tree, and then you can see if you can sequence break something like Bash on your way down into Valley from here. So he's going to get his full left side access and have the Valley teleporter for a return trip later if he needs. Can also dip down to Forlorn Approach to go and do some of those checks there, and so on and so forth. Xemsys, in the meantime, I think is going for the swim here by the looks on the left side of your screen.
Yeah, he must be really lost at this point because he has not found basically anything for the past like 20 minutes. Meanwhile, Guard making his way through Sorrow. Looks like he's going to be doing a zombie here. This is a pretty difficult sequence of rocket jumps to get down to this wall and get to the charge jump tree. But then he should be able to make pretty quick work of the Dorito cave in reverse, or head up to the top and make his way down to Misty, which will be his next relic location.
I would just like to point out that Xemsys has apologized to us as commentators, but also saying it was extremely hilarious. And I have informed him that, don't worry, it is hilarious. And we are laughing. All right, grenade lock pickups. Yeah, Guard doing a little bit of cleanup here. We know Xemsys isn't going to find anything here at the Swamp Swim. But yeah, logically, I'm kind of thinking, because Xemsys noped out of Horu pretty fast, right? After he got the Horu teleporter. So I think Guard kind of just needs to get Sunstones and maybe go to Horu and do some other checks there, because it's entirely possible that checks were just ones that Xemsys did not look at, right? In Mount Horu.
I mean, Horu without verticality though is pretty spicy. I don't think that they would be expecting any real progression to be there. But yeah, Guard is going to be done with this seed before too long. He only has the Misty and the Valley Relic, and we know the Valley Relic is not in a difficult location. The Misty Relic could potentially be somewhere terrible, but with double jump grade and dash, he should be able to completely full clear that area.
Yeah, and maybe with double jump grade, like maybe the final escape is doable, but I honestly don't know. I've never tried to do final escape with bonus light pickups, and I don't know how many jump grades you would need without additional verticality to be able to get through the final escape. What's his abilities? I think that's a 7 on his AC, so he's pretty good for doing some zombie strats. Where he needs to in Misty, but if it's deep Misty, like it's probably going to be an issue as far as that relic goes. Extra double jump too, extremely useful when you don't have double jump. As it turns out, it does not give you double jump, so I'm sure he's very happy to get that. Will we see mapstone progression? No, no, we won't on Guard's side because this is going to be his 4th turn, and Xemsys already has done 5.
Yeah, and then just kind of backtracking through Swamp here. He's going to be getting his Stomp tree because, the Gentleman's Agreement that they want to get all the trees. Meanwhile, Guard just making his way down through Sorrow and eventually over into Misty. I like this play because he just is continuing to make checks and continuing along the route that he has to go to. But yeah, again, that final escape without verticality is going to be probably the biggest problem for him, as well as his lack of HP here. Like, for as much of the seed that he's cleared, they definitely do not have a ton of health at this point.
Yeah, but you've got a ton of ability points, and so he just is like, you know what, screw this, and gets Ultra Defense. And has extra air dash as well, so like getting across that gap was like no problem. So the big thing I would say for Guard here is to just remember to grab the Valley TP, because otherwise he has to do that dumb crap to get out of Sorrow again. But otherwise, yeah, like, aside from final escape concerns, he's in a pretty good position here. Again, depending on where that Misty Relic is, just wants that extra bit of verticality, and otherwise he's feeling pretty comfy, I would think.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be heading. He did not grab the Valley teleporter, so that's a kind of yikes, but not the biggest deal in the world. So he's going to be heading down, checking these Valley pickups, and probably just walking right into that relic here pretty quick. Oh,
Yeah, he took the intentional death there because the bird died and he couldn't get the rocket jump off.
Yeah, he's going to be able to find his Valley relic and then be only one relic away. And then as far as trees go, he is all done with all 10 trees once he makes his way to the Misty one. Yeah, it's just going to be that verticality for the final escape.
All right, so he does remember to go check a Valley entry here, including the plant, which I believe was a Sunstone Shard, and then he's going to get his teleporter off of VLS, which in a way kind of like you're not happy about because you always want to save Scum VLS, but you're also happy that you get the Horrid teleporter. Oh, you know what? It's been a long time since I've played with the Horrid teleporter, but progression could be like just outside Horror, right? Like reverse Horror Fields.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I think it absolutely could be.
How rude would that be? You got a rocket jump off of the Frankie to get the Horror Fields plant. To get double jump.
I think that'd be amazing.
Let's go. I want to see it.
Alright, Zen and 5 out of 8 relics. So currently guard with the relic advantage. Maybe he'll realize that he has that grenade pickup right at the start, which is, we know, a Sunstone Shard, and that might be his Horu access. But yeah, we're getting there. We are getting there, slowly but surely.
2 shards plus the teleporter is the access, and I think that was his quote-unquote. I think he had... Oh, maybe not. I don't know. Remembering things isn't possible. I thought I saw the teleporter get activated, but my brain is just not here right now. Did you forget the Valley TP? I think he forgot the Valley TP.
Yeah, he forgot the Valley TP.
Yeah. Alright, so... with Ultra Defense, this will be easier. Is not going to be as concerned. I think he also actually picked up an additional health. Well, unless you just delete your health by dashing into everything, then you have to wait to place a save. But that's okay. That's exactly what he's going to do. And with the jump grades, makes very quick work of that, and is probably going to collect the Valley TP this time on his way down. It's kind of just annoying to do the rocket jump off of the frog to go back to the Valley TP, just to go and back down into Lower Valley, but that's just kind of an instance from where you get placed from the feather skill tree, and yeah, now he's going to dash over and grab the Valley TP. We're going to see Zem actually as well on the left side have significantly more problems with this because he does not have dash. He's going to have to take a lot of damage, and it may be in fact way too much damage.
I think it is definitely way too much damage at this point. Yeah, getting over there without dash is going to be... I'm not sure that it is possible without the friendly spike and the micro ledge, which I know was in play now, but we'll see if Zen decides to try to do that.
Well, he knows about it, I can tell you that much. Yeah, Guard is going to do some rocket jump checks here in Valley. I know Bird Stomp is in Logic. I believe this is too, but I'm not 100%. Oh no, it wouldn't be, because you have nothing to rocket jump off of here. I don't think you can get close enough to the spider. Maybe Guard will prove me wrong. Oh, he's just going for the jump grid method. That's smarter.
Yeah, that'll wind up working out for him. We know that this is not going to be the relic, so he's going to still have to do a little bit more digging in Valley, and then should just be able to beeline Misty. But that final escape is going to prove to be very, very difficult with this skill set.
You know, funnily enough, I think utilizing Climb here is better for Guard rather than Wall Jump. Just to be able to sort of magnet yourself back onto the spikes with your iframes. Is he going to give up? Yeah, okay, he's decided he's had enough, and he's just going to double back and go to Lower Valley. This is going to work out for him, as we know. What? Guard? This is even worse than what you were just trying. Guard? Guard. Guard, please.
Go get your relic. Come on, Guard.
And he gets it!
And
For
we
a
did-
third extra double jump when you don't have double jump.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing I'm sad about is we didn't get to see sense in the seed. This would have been so much better. Oh,
So
is Zen doing it?
probably not, but maybe.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
doing the thing.
Okay, good. I would like to point out that in the race time chat, Guard has informed us that this is in fact a good seed.
Yeah, I think we have different definitions of good.
I think we do. Uh,
But he'll be getting his relic here in short order, and then just left with Misty. Hopefully, we get like a nice double jump in Misty, and he could use those 4 jumps with jump grades. That would be fantastic.
so in between races, I don't remember if he last locationed anything in the first race, but he definitely last locationed things 3 times in race number 2. And this is like, if you include last locationing, you know, your brain being as one of the locations to check. Remembering Sea Flame was a last location. Remembering Dash was like almost certainly a last location. What else did I don't know if he missed anything else, but it's definitely been like at least 5 things, I want to say. Remembering things in rando's hard, man. It's so difficult.
Guard is doing the Banling juggle to open up the Mapstone altar. Okay, he bails out of that.
Wait, okay,
That's
so
a
he got the
big
Valley
mistake.
Relic there. So he's just got Misty left.
So
And
he needs
then-
Misty, 1 Sunstone Shard, and Verticality.
And yeah, I was gonna say and verticality. Where wind restored? Question mark. What else? Oh, you know what I think is doable with this? Grenadeser.
Yeah, I think with jump grades.
I think even without jump grades, because you rocket jump off of. Maybe you can't rocket jump off of the first kamikaze slime to get the verticality you need to charge dash over. I'm not 100%. I can't remember. It's been a long time. I think you can do it. I'm pretty sure I've done it with just wall jump before. A warp to grenade tree. Very, very useful warp. Thank you, game.
Nice and useless. You love to see it.
All right.
Yeah, making our way through Misty. Hopefully the relic is somewhere not terrible.
Yeah. So if it isn't somewhere terrible, then that's good. If it is somewhere terrible, then that is obviously bad. And basically, what terrible means in this context, in Expert, is anything after the climb tree. If it's before the climb tree, you're happy. If it's after the climb tree, you're sad. Mega Health is actually very convenient here in Misty, but I think Guard's gonna burn through all... Guard? Just completely obliterates it on the frog.
Yeah, and there goes that Mega Health. It was nice to have it while it lasted.
Oh, lordy.
Gumoncio. Well, jump grades actually makes this pretty trivial, so Stone is able to do all of the checks, get fairly cleanly through Misty.
I mean, I guess he had health leech, so... it's like,
Yeah, he'll be just fine.
yeah, alright, and ultra defense. Maybe there was a gentleman's agreement to not have mega health.
Oh, that'd be great. If you get a Mega pickup, you immediately have to use all of it.
Just get rid of it. We want to just obliterate it completely. All right, this rocket jump is a little bit difficult. Guard does not care. He just absolutely destroys the upside down mortar shark. Gets rewarded with Tatsu's glasses. So now you can see better in Misty Woods, which is always good. And yeah, so Relic front, Guard has go mode. I believe, yeah, this is also 10 trees for Guard. So that gentleman's agreement is satisfied. And if jump grade 2 is enough, like he can finish. I don't know. I honestly don't know if jump grade 2 is enough. Get TP on.
Oh,
I'm guard, I do reverse Ginzo right now to try and get verticality.
Oh yeah, that's the densest area he has access to right now. Absolutely. I don't think he knows though. Maybe he just goes to Horu. Yeah, it looks like he might be heading to a
Okay,
speed.
sure,
We'll
why
see.
not?
We'll see if this is possible.
Yeah, just try it. um, if I'm guard, I'd probably kill the mini boss here, just for expediency's sake. Gets his late forlorn TP. I'm sure he's happy about that. You can actually do, ooh, yep, very nice. Jump grades turning out to be overpowered. Can you get up? Okay, I guess the important question is, can you get up this wall first with just jump grades? He only gives it a couple tries, and then he's looking at his map. Yeah, he's gonna do reverse Ginzo. Cool. I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure you can rocket jump off the Baneling, though.
Yeah, I think that's the play to make. Just go to the densest area you can find and start trying to find that verticality. Eventually making the play up the purple tree descents. I would love to have seen that 30 minutes earlier, but it's okay.
Okay, Xemsys gets wind restored at Valiant True with the trick that guard bailed on. Dies, goes and gets it again. What a... This seed
What a
is
seed.
incredible.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Zem is doing some really, really hard tricks, and I just want to commend that. Some of these are just like absolutely ridiculous. He's nailing them.
806 XP in Ginzo. What the heck?
Yeah. Oh, the spirit light efficiency.
Oh my god. Okay, so this is basically it for guard. I think with the jump grades he has now, he can do this check, but like that's all that there is to do in the first half of Ginzo.
Yeah, I think he did clear everything else. Still no verticality. You hate to
I'm gonna actually open up Logic Helper here to because I want to know whether or not Grenadier is a thing with this skill set. So I'm gonna go take a peek. Logic Path Expert. Dash. Bunch of house cells. Energy cells. Keystones. Glazer actually would be in Logic Sunny Muffin, because rocket jumps exist. So that's a thing. And yep, Grenadier is in Logic. Amazing. So, the question becomes, I suppose, whether or not Xemsys is willing to try this jump grade final escape, because he's gonna end up getting his trees here in pretty short order. Just has to go clear out Ginzo. He will get the Ginzo teleporter, so he can do it backwards if he wants. And then he's going to get his Misty Relic right here off of that rocket jump, and then, of course, the tree itself. Progression Vault we haven't seen from Guard yet, or this Grenade Lock pickup, so faster checks for sure to do these first. Just a keystone on Progression Vault. Very valuable. And the grenade... Oh, well, that's nice. Charge dash efficiency at the Grenade Lock check there. Questions. All right, so Sunny, just as an FYI, has disconnected. I'm sure we'll be back very soon. Internet things do sometimes internet. So Xemsys, left side, is gonna, he's gonna be taking the Ginzo teleporter, as opposed to doing the charge dash ramps that we saw on guard side. Guard, in the meantime, is going to be going through Grove and finishing off some of the checks that he was not able to do on his first pass, which for him is good on the ability cell front. Does need 4 more ability cells in order to be able to level up Sense, and worth noting as well is up to Mapstone parity, having turned that in. So we do know so far nothing is on Mapstone progression. Jump grade 3 is actually like a potentially interesting pickup here for Guard. May decide to give Horu another try with jump grade 3. As was pointed out in the chat a few moments ago, you can climb up the right side and then charge dash your way over. It does get the energy cell here at Butter Cell. And then Alt R's. Will he go back to Horu, I suppose, is my question. And nope. He's going to take a look at the map. Death Gauntlet Roof, if I was him, is probably a place I'd be looking at. He is opting for Dash Plant, which is very sensible. With jump grades, it turns out you can just pretty much obliterate this auto-scroller. It doesn't really matter. And I don't recall at this point if we've seen Dash Plant from Xemsys. Just a Keystone. Further checks down in lower black route possible for Guard. Doesn't seem like he's going to want to do that. That is an extremely long dash glide. Yeah, and back to Horu for Guard. And again, like reverse Horu Fields access. Definitely possible here. To have progression outside of Mount Horu. With the 3rd jump grade, Guard is going to go try for this little wraparound jump. And gets it. Very nicely done. Door warp? Okay, he's going to check this left side pickup here first. Gets 58 experience. Do we see violence? One moment. Grotto TP. Thanks, game. I think we're going to see door warp here from Guard and then a validation check. And then possibly an attempt at the final escape. Yep. Ooh, nice wraparound jump there from Guard. Gets that. Gets 528 experience. Verticality is like behind Umu in Hollow Knight at this point, I think. So he's just gonna decide no. Gonna make a backup save and go and try the escape, which, you know, I mean, if I'm Guard, I'm anticipating with 3 jump grades available that Zem's probably gonna try this escape, so why not? I don't believe anything of note that the runners don't already have can be on the final escape here. It's a health cell, which is actually pretty good for just a wall jump, charge dash, final escape. We're going to see dash plant as well from Zem, but in the meantime, eyes on the right. As Guard is going to make a few cracks at this, and we'll see whether or not this is even doable with jump grade 3. I'm certainly interested to find out. Does break the floor and goes for this jump over to the top here to try and, I presume, charge dash over to the left. That's about all I can think of that you can do, because you have nothing to rocket jump off of in the lantern room. Ooh, that's actually very interesting. I just noticed Guard's height that he got off of that rock that ends up melting into the lava is actually enough to go over to that first floor. I don't know if you can break it from the top. Like, if you charge dash right there, maybe, like, if you had Sea Flame Burn or something, you might be able to get on top of that. I'm kind of hoping he tries that, because I think that's the way that you get across. Yeah, last room is the big question mark for me as well. I believe, yep, there you go. Now, okay, he tried the Sea Flame from the top. Do you reload? Oh, you don't have ability points to even get Charge Flame Burn, unfortunately. So, maybe try and stomp it from the top? Would be my guess. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure this is going to have to be... Because I don't think this backflip jump is quite enough. Just with the angle of the wall, I think that you end up slipping off of it. But yeah, Sea Flame Burn might actually be the play for this kind of final escape, oddly enough. He's gonna continue giving some cracks at this. In the meantime, Xemsys is actually gonna be doing some digging in Sorrow, charge dashing around to Heart's Content, as well as stomping down into the spikes to check that pickup, discovering that it is resources and resources alone. So it's gonna continue on going down. We didn't really see a whole lot of Sorrow from Guard's end. Xemsys saying hi to the tumbleweed. I like it. So yeah, just kind of keep tabs on the right side of your screen, just to see Guard's progress. But I think he's either going to bail. Yeah, he's loading his backup save. I think he's going to end up going and digging for progression. A warp to the outer swamp health cell. Not particularly useful. Runners have been there already. It's looking more and more like the reverse horror fields is probable. I can't really think of a whole lot else the runners haven't done at this point off the top of my head, but Grenadeser and Gladeser are definitely two of the ones that I'm keeping in mind. Those are in logic. They can be progression for sure. Left Sorrow has not been checked at all. Definitely accessible for runners of this caliber. Oh yeah, Zem had the warp and he checked some of Left Sorrow, so we know that nothing was sort of on the top half of that. Oh wait, did Zem, in the meantime, as I was thinking about that, Zem just did the Sad Frog lure to break the wall, but the frog is also dead, and you cannot redirect that shot any further. And that is indeed a sad frog. But he got the first half of it, which is very nice. Now has to wait for the respawn, unfortunately, to be able to actually get that redirect to break the floor where the bird is. Oh my god, the warp gets Zem bash. And Guard's actually going to have this too with the rocket jump. He's got this. This is like sudden, instant, and immediate go mode for both runners off a pickup that they could have had a long time ago with dash that they have both forgotten about, that I forgot about, that it is apparently impossible to remember at all, getting simultaneous warps into the final escape, and Guard, he door warped. He didn't do violence, so he doesn't have the quick access down to the floor here. He's going to have to door warp again. He is going to set up for it. He could actually get the lead here against Xemsys coming through this purple door. He does. He gets door warp first try. He's already checked validation. He does not have to worry about anything being there. He just has to not spaghetti, pretty much, and he's got the advantage going into the final escape with more health and starting it probably about, I want to say, 20 seconds or so earlier than Xemsys is. Eyes on the right-hand side as Curl swoops down. The extremely late, like, hour and 22-minute bash find puts both runners in go mode, effectively simultaneously. Execution in the final escape. Our favorite phrase is indeed the name of the game. Guard is first into the Lantern Room, bashing off of all three, charge dashing with that charge dash efficiency he found in Spider's Sack. Having these movement bonuses on actually causing him a little bit of problems as he's struggling to get his motions through, but he does. Lands between the flames and stomps down into the water. Xemsys with some sort of shenanigans skill velocity boost off of a floor or something, I don't know, but the bird is chasing him. Guard has the fish, setting up for the rocket jump. Jeremy is in position. Guard crossing the finish line first as Xemsys struggles to get the fish out of the water. And what was a absolutely bonkers seed with Xemsys forgetting he had abilities and Guard missing a rocket jump to the health cell. Xemsys somehow manages to get the warp to it as Guard is right in the vicinity to be able to get to a rocket jump. Xemsys actually had bash first, and then Guard goes ahead and pulls off first try door warp to get the last second lead and holds on to it and will GG Will narrow hops? Like narrow hops could be a thing. If Guard memes this too hard, he could actually lose. Oh my god. Okay, Guard is gliding off to the right. Curl swoops in, takes. Don't worry. We'll have to see whether or not narrow hops and memes make the difference. It doesn't matter. This race means nothing as far as the tournament is concerned. Just a reminder on that front. In case you have forgotten it, Zem has taken the 2-0 lead in the series coming into this. Guard is narrow hopping. Oh my god, and he's doing the slow version. Holding right. Xemsys is doing the fast narrow hops. Guard turns the turn back, gets across the line before Xemsys can full speed narrow hop off to the right. GG, Guard. 2Kill, please hop in for the interview.
I am ready to go. This was a race. Holy shit. Yeah, with Sunny unfortunately having some internet troubles, I will be helping out with the interview as Shave is probably just, yeah,
I'm
laughing away
dead.
at this.
I'm dead. Goodbye.
Fair enough. This was a race. We will see whether our runners will have an interview or not. I'm sure both of them would like to talk about what the heck the seed was. Xemsys already saying in our live channel, I said, if I hop to lose, so be it. And well, 3 seconds, not quite enough to lose to Naru hops, but not far off either. So almost did that, but I mean, after such a race, what's, yeah, 20 frames or whatever Naru hops miss, that would be hilarious. Yeah, for now we see Xemsys on deck. We will wait whether Guard will also be hopping in for an interview, and it looks like they are. So GG to both of you on this last seat, and GG to Xemsys for that win today.
Yeah, I would like to say GG's to the randomizer for knocking me out and advancing to win after those seats today. What was that?
I mean, you had some trouble in the third seat, especially with skulls, but yeah.
Steve Flame
hello,
is
can you hear me?
exist, I swear.
Yeah, we hear you,
Yeah.
Guard.
You
Hello,
guys,
GG's.
GG's.
Okay, so we'll talk about the fun seed first, then I guess we'll get down to business. So Xemsys, seed bleed. How do you feel about it?
I mean, playing for 35 minutes, finding grenade with some extreme sequence breaking a master threats, going to get your plant and realizing you broke a plant about 36 minutes ago and then finding out you had C-Flame all this time. Sure was an experience, and it didn't help when I then, like another hour later, figured out I never checked the 2 water pickups at spawn.
And Dash was long birds. Oh my god, Guard! I want to applaud your dash ramps in this series. Like, holy crap, dude, your dash ramps are on point in Ginzo.
Thank you.
So I was thinking that progression may have been like Gladezer or Grenadezer, which was in logic, by the way, with like just rocket jumps. Xemsys, you ended up going and getting it from a warp. Guard, you were just doing cleanup, and you guys picked it up both at the same time. So like an hour and 22-minute go mode, and you guys finished 3 seconds apart. Guard, first of all, just sort of like, what are you thinking when you've got all those relics done? You've hit your gentleman's agreement 10 trees, and you're like, I have jump grades, maybe I'll try the final escape. And then you realize I still need something more. Like, what's your thought process at that point?
I mean, I think if I manage that first jump into the lantern room, I think I'm 80% sure I would have I would have been able to complete the escape. But yeah, it seemed like very impossible, so I just was like, I need something else. And if I look for 10 minutes and I don't find anything else, I'm gonna try again and then forfeit.
Xemsys, same question to you with that late bash find.
Yeah, I was first hoping the entire time that BRB railing isn't absolutely horrible. It wasn't. So then I just went for density, and then I remembered I almost didn't take that warp because I thought obviously I checked this, right? Uh, and then I remembered to came back for it and thought, hey, cool. I was getting more and more worried that no one finished.
Oh my god. 2 kill. Do you have anything to hop in for that seed?
Oh yeah, I have a question actually in combination with the first two seeds. So you decided after the first two really fast seeds to do this kind of shenanigans. Is this something that you like to torture yourself with in your free time, or was it just like, oh yeah, we have those two races gone, let's do something fun?
Oh, in my case, I can say we agreed for something more tame than the stuff we would have done in our free time for the caster's sake. Uh, Once in a blue moon, this kind of stuff is very fun.
Fair. And you, Guard?
I mean, this is not a torture. I had so much fun. I'm not even mad about the 2 seats before because of this.
That's good to hear, man. Speaking of the 2 seeds before, Guard, what was your thought process at, like, your confidence level, I guess, heading into the second race after finding out that you kind of basically just randoed yourself, to put a blunt term on it, forgetting that lower left grotto had pickups left?
The first seat, I mean, I wasn't extra happy with my routing. I was happy with my execution. I think execution was good. But my routing wasn't. And I was, in fact, going to check the spool pickup where double jump was. But I didn't have energy to save, and I didn't want to risk it with 4 HP for no reason. It just, I don't know why. And then I never found it. And randomed myself, yeah.
Yeah. It's just kind of an unfortunate sequence there, clean water being like right behind it, and then yeah. But you were talking about your execution you felt confident in. So for the second race, were you in a pretty good mental state at that point?
I think I was, yeah. I was, and I was even like not confident, but I wasn't feeling behind when I found the forlorn TP on dash plant, because I know it's Xemsys' favorite pickup to forget. So I just went to forlorn and found everything, and then started the spaghetti where I got like 2 big deaths, and I think those 2 big deaths and some execution mistakes costed me the win in the second race.
And Xemsys, to you, you go from a jet seed, which like has a fairly odd skill set for like a 35-minute finish, and then you go into a second race, which is like just climb and grenade or whatever it was for like 30 some minutes before it just suddenly explodes and you have go mode. Talk about your nerves kind of in that second race with that win in the first one. Did you have like feel like you had a buffer, or were you still feeling pressured?
I mean, buffer, yes, but as we've seen with the 2 second and third seed, you are never safe when randomizer happens, and if the randomizer decides to be really mean, you're just gonna be having a really slow seed. And then this kind of start happens, the big long go dig around, find nothing for 30 minutes, and obviously nerves start getting in until I then got my fall-on teleporter and realized this was the only progression through the seed possible. And with dash plant being in such a horrible spot, I felt a bit better. Felt worse again when I had to triple dip it, getting more and more on every visit. But
Yeah.
you know, that's just how it goes. Also, I got very nervous when I realized how important dash ramps were in that second seed, or could have been, and I'm not able, or rather, I didn't practice them in like 3 weeks, so I forgot the setup.
Okay. Yeah, I was kind of wondering. Whether or not you were just trying to be thorough, or whether or not that was like a confidence issue in Dash Ramp, so you kind of answered that question. Guard, you are going to be facing Tritonite, which seems daunting on the forefront of it, but like you competed really well against Xemsys and myself, and you've shown that your execution is definitely here. And we know that the randomizer sometimes does random things, so like as daunting as Trito might seem as an opponent, I definitely think that he's beatable for you. What are your thought processes heading down into the lower bracket to face him, and what's your practice regimen going to be like?
I think we are going to end up playing one race at a time, so at least we will have like time to practice for another seed or another flex. And overall, I feel like Trito is better execution than me. But routing wise and logic wise, I think we are both on the same knowledge. So I think if Rando does Rando things, I might be able to win. But I feel like beating Trito 2 out of 3 times is way harder than it seems.
And Xemsys, upper bracket final, going up against my showcase match opponent, Cleanfell. Your thought process on him as an opponent and things that you might be practicing in preparation for that match?
Well, dash ramps would be good to know, as I have realized in 2 of the seats today. But so that's definitely a thing I'm gonna practice. I've been freshening up on some more of the awkward escapes, so that's a thing I definitely wanna continue to get that muscle memory in again. But otherwise, the problem I have is I can barely ever catch clean streams, so I don't know about clean's playstyle much more than what I've seen in the tournament. So I'm just gonna go in as usual, play my usual game, and see where it goes. This is upper finals already. That's as much as I wanted to reach. Everything now is a bonus.
Nice, nice. All right, thank you, gentlemen, for joining me. We're gonna close out the broadcast here. GG to both of you, and good luck on your future matches.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for casting this.
Yeah,
long
and
seed.
thanks for Roos and Sunny Muffin for joining me. Sunny is unfortunately having internet issues, could not rejoin. Thank you again to Lion, Almanar, and Infinite for tracking the previous race, Fox and Turtle for tracking this one, and Grips, of course, for the restream. Reminder, Dedu versus J-Mall is going to be running the entirety of that series starting Saturday, October 2nd at 2 o'clock Eastern. So make sure that you have your snacks ready for some Saturday or a rando action. And that'll do it for us. My name is Shafe. Take care. See you then.